meeting of the Grafton Planning Board. It is 7:01 p.m. Now, even before I read the hybrid meeting notice, I just want to acknowledge that a dear friend of the Grafton community, Jim Gallagher, has passed away today. I learned that. So Jim Gallagher passed away today. So I'm going to take this moment of the meeting just to have a brief moment of silence before we continue with the meeting. All right, thank you. So, moving along from that, unfortunate news, just to start off with, since this is a hybrid meeting, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting of the Grafton Planning Board is being conducted with both in-person and remote participation by board members and members of the public. Remote participation by the public for the public comment agenda item, the public hearings, and any other matter for which the board allows public participation will be via the Zoom raise hand feature. If you raise your hand on Zoom, you will be enabled at an appropriate point to enter the meeting via voice or make a video to make a comment or ask a question. In all cases, whether in person or remote, please identify yourself by name and address for the record. Every vote tonight will be taken by roll call. Please note that this meeting is being recorded as well as being broadcast live on the Grafton Community Television Government Channel. And I'll start with a roll call of the board. Mr. Robbins?
Present.
Mr. Hassinger?
I'm here. There's somebody.
Feedback.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah.
Michael, I believe it's Michael Bruce. If you could just mute, please.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Hassinger.
Present.
We do have Mr. Venkatraman, who told us he would be absent this evening. And Associate Member Maura McCormack does not seem to be on the call yet. And, of course, I am here. And we do have staff present. We have Fiona Coughlin, our town planner. And Eve Tapper.
Here.
I'm here as well.
And Talia Alward is also on the call.
Present.
All right, that brings us to our first agenda item, which is public input. If anyone has anything to bring to the board's attention that is not otherwise on the agenda, now would be an appropriate time, either raising your hand on Zoom or in the room.
I have something to discuss that's on the agenda. Do you want me to wait till then, or?
Please.
Okay.
All right. Seeing nobody for something not on the agenda, the first action item is an approval not required 2023-02 for 128 Ferry Street. And in case it is better for the board to discuss, we have a second action item for 130 Ferry Street, also by the same owners and applicant.
I looked at those plans here on my computer screen, and I couldn't tell which lots the filings were for exactly. I've asked that our A&R plans make clear with like a heavier line or something the lot that's being approved or considered.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Fiona, do you have any clarification or comment for us?
Sure. So 130, the A&R for 130 Ferry Street is combining 130 Ferry Street and 130 Ferry Street here. And I did ask the applicant to kind of draw that initial dividing line, but they didn't get a chance to do that. And then in terms of 128 Ferry Street, they're really just trying to showcase the site as it exists currently and and just ensures that that is on the record. It's really not making any changes. It's we did double check with council about this, and I have yet to hear back. But in terms of the application as proposed and demonstrating the existing parcel lines. We did not see anything that would be, that you couldn't proceed with. And Michael, I don't know if you have a comment to this that you would like to follow up with.
Yeah, what's on the screen now is 128 Ferry Street, so if you could address that.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Michael Bruce, I'm a professional engineer. There actually are two applications. There's two separate landowners here. That's not the same landowner. I'm the engineer for both landowners. Same surveyor, but same engineer, but different landowners. So 128 is on the screen. The cursor is circling 128. The purpose of this A&R submission is to define. There's never been a plan done for 128 Ferry Street. This is the first plan we know of. We want to get it recorded, so it's defined and we can prepare for future engineering and development.
Yep.
Thank you.
Looking at this, what I noticed that there's a notation which is hard to read on the screen here, but it was to, for the purpose of the A&R is to get accurate property boundaries. Comparing this plan to the deed that is referenced, you will see that the bearing and distance, the meets and bounds, as it were, on the deed are different from that shown on the plan. And I'm assuming that the plan is a survey that's intended to more accurately represent the property boundaries.
Oh, yes. Mr. Rob Knappich is a surveyor. He went out, did all the field work necessary to come up with this plan.
Yeah. So that's really, it's just, this is for the purpose of getting an accurate documentation of the property boundaries.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to vote in favor of this because of the problems with the plan and not having it be clear. Often these plans have a note that says what they're trying to do and which lot, a clear identification of what lot lines and so on. It's just not good enough for me.
There is text sort of where the cursor is now that lists the landowner, deed reference, the assessor's map number, the area of the parcel, how much frontage it has on Ferry Street, which zoning district it is, and why we're seeking A&R endorsement of this plan next to the locus map.
And why can't you highlight the lot like I've asked before that you're working on? All right. Be enough votes.
Okay.
All right. Any further comments, questions, or if not, a motion?
Move the board find that approval is not required and authorize the planner to sign on behalf of the board.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I guess I'll second my as chair, but so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
Present.
Ms. Hassinger,
Well, I don't want to because I think it is important for them. I mean, I'm not going to the Registrar of Deeds and looking things up. That's not in my responsibility. It's in the responsibility of people coming before the board to do the very best job of presenting what it is that they're trying to do as clearly and as succinctly as possible. And I do resent the fact what he says, well, it's in the deed, it's at the Registry of Deeds. Well, I don't go to the Registry of Deeds every day. And I would love to have seen it marked with a clear, solid line. That can't take that long when you're drawing out these plans. But I don't have any major objections, so I'm going to say aye. But I really think that's something that we need to demand from the planning office.
thank you. And I will vote aye. I declare the motion carried by the required 3 members.
And let me bring up the 130 Ferry Street plan here. see if my computer will show that. Yeah. Now here, let me refer back. This is the official A&R plan to be recorded. And here they provided an additional sketch to show that a lot line is being removed.
Yes. This one was a lot clearer.
So this is 130 Ferry Street and 130 Ferry Street rear. And this will be the resulting combined lot.
Any,
Does that second drawing get recorded with this?
No, sir. Our intention was to record just the larger 24 by 36 drawing. This was prepared as an exhibit just to support the application. We didn't want to show the lot line that's going to be removed on the plan that's going to be recorded. Appreciate your comments on the drafting and Ms. Hassinger's comments on the drafting. I'll definitely bring that back to Mr. Knappich and let him know how the board prefers to see these, whether it's a thicker line or larger meets and bounds descriptions or whatever it is to clearly call out which lot is being worked on here in relation to the other lots. But no, he didn't want to show the lot line that's going to be extinguished on this plan. We thought it'd be clearer for people looking at this plan in the future. Why show a lot line that's not there anymore?
Could we look at that second drawing again for just a second? Okay, the lines aren't darker, but at least the type is. But still, okay, gonna come out the same way this time.
do I have a motion?
I'll move that the board find that approval is not required for this plan and that the board authorize the planner to sign on behalf of the board.
And
Second.
I have a second this time. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Present.
Ms. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. I declare the motion carried by the required 3 members. All right, that brings us to our next action item, which is
Thank you all.
Thank you. A draft decision for the modification of definitive plan DP 2016-01.4 for the Village at Institute Road, Woodland Hill, from Pulte Homes, New England. And I think my biggest comment on this is relevant to both our draft decisions tonight, but that I believe this is the first that Fiona has drafted for us as a board, but I do know that the board's typical preference is to have any favorable and not favorable choices in the draft to be explicitly like highlighted or yes no kind of thing, so we don't have a presumption of our decision before the vote when we do the draft.
Okay.
Yeah, we got dinged about that 10 or 20 years ago.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question on that?
You may.
Because I know that when you do a draft decision, that's generally the way. And maybe I'm wrong. I thought at the last meeting, you voted to approve it and she was just writing the decision based on what you had already voted on. But maybe I misunderstood.
We don't do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
We
right. We close the public hearing, direct staff to draft a decision, but until we have the draft decision before us, we don't actually vote up or down on the findings and the waivers and the conditions.
Yeah, and generally.
Okay. I thought that you did. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Generally, staff has a pretty good understanding of what direction the board is leaning in based on discussions at our hearings, but we want to, remove the ambiguity that there's a presumption of we already made a choice before we come to discuss the decision.
Yeah, that's just sort of that's been our practice.
And there are even times when we've had online live editing during the meeting so that we'd have a document that, whatever. comes up.
Yeah, so, yeah, as an example of what's on the screen now, we don't yet know who's going to make and second the motion to approve this.
Right.
And it might
Okay,
turn out the way
understood.
it's written.
Yeah, but also do we have the yes, no options in there?
Not in this draft, no.
Yeah, because that's that's the thing that we were before most of you were here, came up in something or other. It looked like, it was decided. It's not decided until we vote.
Okay.
Is there
So
any-
you can look at an old decision and you'll see that.
So all you voted on that the last time was to close the public hearing and to direct the planner to draft it with the idea that you were leaning in favor, or you always want the two pieces, even if you are in favor, even if you've already said you're leaning in favor, you still want the two choices. Is that correct?
the vote and decisions we usually make before we close the hearing is without any presumption of which way we're leaning, but
Okay.
the knowledge of staff on their impression of which way we're leaning can help how to word certain decisions or waivers and
Right.
back.
I guess I misunderstood what you voted on. I mean, I didn't write it, but Fiona ran it by me as well. I misunderstood what you had actually voted on at the last time. So that's good to know.
Yep. Well, this is probably what one can expect to happen as new staff getting used to the way we traditionally do things.
Yep.
Because different boards are going to do things different ways. But yes, just to sort of reiterate, our practice has always been to close the public hearing without making any decisions about findings or waivers or conditions. We may discuss findings and waivers of discussions, but we don't formally vote on those until we have a draft decision in front of us.
Usually our staff has a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Of where it's going.
Yes. In some cases, how you write the parts of the decision depends on whether it's going to be an approval or a denial. But
Okay, got it.
That it doesn't often happen that way, but it does happen.
So besides the concerns on just making sure we have the right dates and right person that made the motion and seconded and the final correct tally on votes, does anyone on the board have any comments or concerns with this draft?
No, I had nothing.
I don't hear any. Do I have a motion on this?
I would move that the board find favorably and approve the application for modification of definitive plan approval with the conditions as drafted.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to find favorably and approve the modification as drafted. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing
I
none,
guess
Mr. Robbins.
We don't need to mention in the motion to adjust at least who made, where we guessed who was going to make the motion.
Yes, I would assume that the decision will reflect the votes that are taken tonight.
Yes.
And if staff, I would say, as my own thing that I just thought of it, if it's worth calling out in the draft, in the final decision that Prabhu is absent tonight for the vote, that's something that I'd consider within the scope of what we're voting.
Yeah, that'll make it, there'll be a change there on record of vote.
All right. So,
Okay.
calling the vote, Mr. Robbins,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger,
Aye.
and I vote aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously, 4 in favor, 1 absent. That brings us to the next action item, which is a draft decision for site plan approval SPA 2022-01 for 25 Snow Road. And we have the same comments from the last one about just who made the motion and that aspect, but
Right, so, yeah, so assuming that the draft decision will be updated to reflect the motions made at this meeting this evening. Yeah. I didn't see anything else in the draft decision that I thought needed to be changed or updated.
don't recall seeing anything myself. And I'm not hearing anyone else speak up. So, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion then. We'll move that the board make the findings as written in the draft decision, that the board grant the requested waivers as represented in the draft decision, and that the board approve the site plan with the conditions as drafted.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote
fine.
aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously, 4 in favor and 1 absent. And that brings us to our next action item, which is the master plan kickoff. I'm going to guess we need more than 7 minutes for that. What's the board say? Do we want to start that and stop it? Do we want to do something else?
Hmm.
Why don't you do bills and minutes?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Works for me.
Do I have a motion to approve the bills?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve our bills. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously, 1 absent. And do we?
Move we, approve the minutes of previous meeting. Do we have any minutes?
I don't see any.
It's not on our meeting materials. Did I get it in email? Let's see.
I see we have staff report with a memo that doesn't really take much time to, Brigati Village update. It's just a memo.
Yeah, Fiona, maybe talk to the Brigati Village update, at least regarding staff report so far, and
Absolutely. So just a quick summary. I'm sorry, did someone trying to speak? Oh, sorry. Okay. So it's just a quick summary. Just part of the meeting materials. We were in receipt of a memorandum that set forth the fire department's minimum requirements for new developments. With respect to those requirements, it was our understanding that the fire department had expressed concerns regarding the current development proposal known as Brigati Village. The fire chief, Chief Matthew, had forwarded those concerns to the planning department office, so the planning board has them on file, and we will maintain those in the record. The subsequent memo that I'm reading off tonight was received and added to the project file on February 14th, 2023. So it's really serving as just a project update for the board following that process with Brigati Village, and that we've been in communication with the chief, and we've received correspondence from the chief that will be added to the file regarding the length and public safety concerns of Brigati Village as it's proposed.
And that's been passed on to our council.
Correct.
anything the board want to discuss about the entries in our correspondence tonight?
Just one note of one of the items that's in the correspondence has to do with what is it, 124 Westboro Road?
Yes.
Yeah, 124 Westboro Road. There's really nothing, no action required, but it's sort of interesting to note. This is the mass development parcel at Westboro and Institute Road. What we have here is just a notice that an environmental notification form is going to be filed for this. There's actually no real information available other than the fact that, you know, there's an ENF coming on this, and presumably this project will sooner or later come to the board's attention in other ways. But just it's simply we're you know, makes us aware that something's happening at this parcel. Fiona has
Right.
a hand
A little ways back, someone asked me, they said they saw surveyors and all sorts of activity out there and wondered what was going on. Eventually, I think I was able to discover this and wasn't.
Hey, go ahead, Fiona.
I just wanted to provide some follow-up that the applicants are planning to file their ENF with the state tomorrow, February 28th. They are going to be having a community workshop for all of those who are interested in participating on March 16th at 6 p.m., I believe. So there'll be more, and that sheet that's part of the correspondence has a QR code there that will take you to a website that provides project updates and a little bit more background about the proposal for the site, which is, as stated, a 200,000 square foot light industrial / research and development complex. If anyone has any questions or wants more information about 124 Westboro Road, please feel free to reach out to me. But at this time, the planning department hasn't been as involved, other than helping them organize logistics for the community workshop, as there's nothing that has been submitted in front of our office just yet. We're helping them in those preliminary stages until they're ready for town filings, essentially.
Do you know what time that workshop will be?
6 o'clock.
So I've got a CMRPC Transportation Committee meeting to chair at that particular time.
Okay.
We'll hear about it.
All right. So just a few seconds till it's 7:30. So I'm gonna play the Jeopardy music in my head.
Let's see, what do we? Okay.
Yeah, just one. It'll be tentatively. I forgot to mention. I apologize that the community workshop is reserved from March 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. and it's going to be held at Apple Tree Arts.
All right, thank you.
So it won't be on Zoom or anything.
No, it's going to be in person.
All right. That brings us to 7:30, which we'll do our public hearings, starting with the request for special permit and site plan approval for 1822 Donahue Lane. I will, just prior to Mr. Robbins reading the legal notice, note that the applicant has requested a continuance because they need to re-advertise with a modified notice to abutters. So we'll read a notice again during the next hearing date, but we'll still re-listen to tonight, so that was advertised.
All right. So pursuant to sections 1.5.7 and 1.3.3 of the Town of Grafton zoning bylaws, the planning board will hold a public hearing on Monday, February 27th, 2023, commencing at 7:30 p.m. to consider the application for a special permit and site plan approval for a contractor's yard, including new 12,000 square foot building to be located at 18 and 22 Donahue Lane, shown as Grafton Assessor's Map 26, lots 1 and 2A. Said property is located in an office light industrial OLI zoning district. The applicant/owner is 18 and 22 Donahue Lane LLC. A copy of the application/plan is available for public inspection at the planning department during regular business hours or on the Town of Grafton website at www.grafton-ma.gov on the planning department/development projects webpage.
All right. And as I mentioned, we do have a formal request to have a continuance on this project. The applicant does need to re-advertise with some amended language. So the date for this hearing to be brought back up would be March 27th if the board approves the continuance request.
I'll move that the board grant the applicant's written request to continue this hearing to Monday, March 27th, 2023 at 7:30 p.m.
Second,
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
aye.
Ms. Hassinger,
Aye.
and I vote aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously, 4 in favor, 1 absent. And for any members of the public that was here for this, the Donahue Lane, we will bring this back up on March 27th since the applicant needs to re-advertise properly. We're not taking testimony on this right now, but if you have a question, I'll be happy to, if it's a,
Can we still ask questions about the Donahue Lane, because we were here for that and we were notified of that continuance after this meeting started?
we can't really take testimony for continuing it because the applicant's not here to actually hear you as well. So if it's, concerns, we do have all the material on the website, as well as if you have questions in particular, you can always contact the staff who can answer it, but as a board, we really shouldn't be having that discussion.
Okay, will we receive like a notice about that meeting on the 27th?
No, yeah, you won't receive another written notice.
Oh,
You have heard actually, you probably will receive an abutters notice because of the fact that it's being re-advertised.
Yes.
Because I didn't receive one in the first place, so I'm a little frustrated with
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
Natalia, go ahead.
Yes, we will be sending out the notices as they are for the labels received from the assessor's office. And we will be re-advertising in the paper.
So everything will go out as though the next hearing was the first hearing. So yes, everybody who should be notified will be notified.
yeah, it sounds like there might be a lack of understanding about whether someone is in the circle that gets notified.
Yeah, I think if you're concerned about not being notified and you think you may have been, the information on who should be notified is in the application package on our website, as well as staff can certainly touch base with you as well. But we'll be bringing it back up March 27th at 7:30 p.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and do we have a stenographer here?
We should say, notifications are both mailings to individual people and it's advertised in the local paper
Yes.
for everybody.
All right.
That's to cover
Thank you.
that base.
Our next agenda item will be for the request of special permit and site plan approval for 58 Follett Street. If the stenographer, yep.
I'm sorry, it's gonna take me within 10 minutes to get it all set up.
Sure. Is there anything we can kick out in 10 minutes that I've left?
No.
No.
Unless,
You might do some of our zoning changes.
right, some of the zoning changes we had, there's some zoning changes that will require some discussion, but,
Yeah.
there were, I think, 3 that I think we had kind of agreed on at the last meeting.
Yeah, we can take
The,
those three
the,
up.
the 3 that are called out specifically in the meeting materials, section 3.3.3.1, clarifying the two or more principal structures on one lot. I think we were pretty well satisfied with the way that, is that something we want to, I don't know, Is that something the board wants to approve for submission to the warrant?
I'm comfortable with that. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Yeah. Let me ask if Fiona, what was, what did you have in mind for these three items on the agenda? 3331, 1262, and 42.
So I just need clarification, or a vote rather from the board to what to bring forward to put on the warrant. So the proposal for 3.3.3 and for 12.6, we all but finalized in the last meeting, but there was, but I just need to have a final vote of the board to bring those two forward. Those were the fairly lighter proposals. And then the third proposal for 4.2, the proposed changes, that one will warrant a bit more discussion, as the board had asked me to do some more research about how other communities are structuring their parking requirements, and if it's an employee count versus square footage count is more preferable. And I went through and researched a variety of communities and put in the memo that's accompanying the proposed changes in the meeting materials, and put forward suggestions for the board ultimately to finalize this evening if possible. I think that these three zoning change proposals are in good shape, and we can move those forward at least. And there's a little bit more discussion that needs to be done for the parking for the village mixed use, but we're continuing to have those conversations, and we had a lot of progress today. So that's, that might be something that we won't get to finalize, but in terms of 3.3.3, 12.6.2, and hopefully 4.2, because those three I'm hoping that we can come to a final agreement on this evening and put it on the warrant. And if we do, and if 4.2 still doesn't seem to be ready for the board's eyes, and that's fine. I just want to get some direction, because we have our town meeting warrant article due date coming up quite soon.
So
Well, it's technically March 24th, but I just want us to be able to, that'll be quickly approaching, and we don't have much time between now and that March 24th deadline to get this through.
So 333 is on the screen now. I'll move that the board submit this to the May town meeting warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously with 4 members and 1 absent. And then
1262. This
Yes.
this just changes the
I move-
1262 to
I move we
1263.
put this forward submit this to the warrant.
Second.
Second.
Moved it.
all right, I have a motion and a
I
second.
wish they were all ready.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. I declare the motion carried unanimously, 4 in favor, 1 absent. And then that brings us to 4.2.
And this is the Grafton Common Historic District.
Yes. So,
Is this the one that still has maybe a little difference of opinion between the building commissioner and our idea, or is it another one?
I think that's the other one. I think
Okay.
the only thing about this that I saw in some correspondence was, or in the planner's memo, was that the ZBA chair had suggested something slightly different than this to distinguish between existing uses and new uses, or existing buildings and new buildings. And
yeah.
I know we talked about that a bit at our last meeting, and I think we were pretty comfortable with just keeping it simple here.
Yeah, my read of what the memo said, and Fiona can tell me if I'm wrong or if anyone disagrees, is just that the ZBA chair was looking at it as, when we were initially going to bring it to town meeting, it was a little bit more restrictive, but he had the concern on the ambiguity, and so he was suggesting language that more matched to what we were bringing before, but removing the ambiguity that he thought. And
So Fiona's hand is
yep.
raised.
Go ahead, Fiona.
Yes, so Justin, you basically hit the nail on the head with that. I wanted to follow up with Mr. McCusker of the ZBA because I know that he had been involved in this conversation last time, just to get his thoughts and concerns. And he did send me what his proposed changes were last time, which I outlined in the memo, but he did say that the way that this is written now is clear, and that I think that was the primary concern last time. And I think as long as the definition is clear and there's no room for ambiguity, then that's the key point. And I think that then he agreed that the way that this was written was fine. Mr. Berger, who's the zoning enforcement officer, has also vetted this and is in favor of this proposal as it's written. I mean, the area that it applies, I mean, the Grafton Common Historic District, if you know the configuration of the common, you know that this probably does makes perfect sense, and every party has been vetted that who could possibly see potential issues. So the general consensus is that yes, this is good as written, and the planning department does agree. But obviously, the board can take that information and kind of agree or disagree as you choose. But that was a summary of how we got. That's the easy part of this one, I guess, because most people agreed.
All right. So I'm comfortable with it. Do I have a motion?
Well, Justin, if I may,
Go ahead.
the way that the proposed changes are written incorporates some changes that are further down in the document. So I would probably wait to do a motion until all of the parts are agreed upon, I suppose, because it's the same section.
Yes,
and there's a couple of changes.
I agree. I was staring at the screen and forgot there was an extra page.
No problem. It's a little bit longer, so it trails off to that second page. But I just wanted to point that out.
So okay, so we're basically good with this part of it, and we'll
touch on the other part.
Get back to the other parts.
We good? Grabbing a chair. Okay. So now, as I think my internet may just suddenly be going slow. While I'm loading things up, Fiona, do you want to just kick us off here for where your memory on where we left off was?
Yes, absolutely. So this has been a 50. This is property is pertaining to 50 Follette Street. They have continued to today. It's a hearing to consider a special permit and site plan approval request. Tonight they will be speaking to some requests made by the board to evaluate some additional options following their prior conversation with us. It's really kind of more their presentation to kind of fill us in. We have been talking to the applicant as well as the Concom and the other parties that they're currently addressing. So it's more, they're a little bit further along with the Conservation Commission than they are with us. Now we're kind of reviewing additional site options and potential with different heights, et cetera, following up on our previous hearing this evening. And the applicant can definitely feel free to provide any additional comment. And I think that the applicant will also be sharing some visuals, so they should have should be able to provide some more insight there as well.
All right. Come on up.
Okay, thank you. Michael Jaimo, representing Selco, doing business as Verizon Wireless, and thank you for having us back tonight. We've Since the January 9th hearing, we've submitted a few things. One was an alternatives analysis of two other locations that you had asked for some technical RF coverage maps for, and Sohail is here and he'll address those shortly. We've also gone through another round with the Conservation Commission. Site plans have been revised in ways that probably aren't material really to the tower itself, but had to do with some drainage and other things at the entrance to the property, and the Conservation Commission's consultant has reviewed those, and my understanding is that those have passed muster. Jesse Moreno can talk about that shortly. We've also seen Mr. Maxon's critique of the photo simulation, so we've brought somebody from Nexius tonight. Paul Phillips is here to address those. I just want to just as a preface before we get into this, before I ask Sohail to speak to the alternative heights and the alternative sites, the purpose of this site is to cover a particular coverage area, and so that's the reason it's located where it is. So we've evaluated these alternatives with that in mind. Both of the alternatives you asked us to analyze, one is somewhat southeast of the site, the other one's pretty far east of the site. And so just bear that in mind when you look at the coverage maps, that the area we're trying to cover up on Millbury Street is not reached by those two alternate sites, unfortunately. And that's, that'll be clear when Sohail reviews those photos. I think if that's okay, we would like to start with those alternatives first and have Sohail come up here and explain to us what we're looking at and what he did as far as analyzing both the Providence Road site and the 21 Follette Street site.
Certainly.
Come on up. And I think
Almost any mic should work.
okay, great. And I think Natalie or someone has put these up on the screen, which is great.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the board. For the record, again, my name is Sohail Usmani. I'm employed by C Squared Systems, consulting for Verizon for this site in Grafton. I put together some additional slides to get a better understanding of what was presented last time. As Mr. Maxon also pointed out, he wanted to see overlaid height analyses on one map, which I have done. So supplement C that you see in front of you on the slide, that has different colors, and I've just piled up all the layers, starting with the top one at 96 feet. Sorry, the blue is blue color being 96 feet, gray underneath it. You see a little spill over compared to the blue, and that's at 116 feet. Underneath that is 136 feet, which is yellow, and you can see some yellow coming out of underneath the blue and the gray. And finally, the proposed site coverage, 165 feet, represented by red, which you see under all the above three layers of blue, gray, and yellow.
So just to make it clear, if some people aren't following, or just so we get it on the record. So you've run 4 different heights on one plan, and the red coverage, which is what we're proposing, actually underlies all the different colors except for green and white on that plan, right? It underlies the blue, it underlies the yellow and the gray, because at the red height you can reach all those areas.
That is correct.
And
yes.
then with the yellow height you can reach all the areas except red, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And
yes.
then with the gray areas you reach all the areas except red and yellow.
Red and yellow.
Okay. And then the blue reaches only what the blue reaches.
That is correct. Thank you. And again, green is existing coverage, existing network coverage that is present in Grafton and the surrounding areas at the moment. I have broken down or shown by coverage stats each height, what it's doing, if we go to a slide that has 3 tables, I don't remember which one it is. but-
Can I ask you one more question about that last one, though? If you could put it back. There are some white areas there. Is the idea that those would be areas that Verizon would need another site to cover those adequately? The areas to the south, east, and to the far east, and to the northeast, for example, those white blocks?
If there is a need, yes, those would need to be covered by an additional site.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's not an objective of this site. This site is intended to cover the areas in the center and up to Millbury Street, if I understand it correctly.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can't see the street names. There's a page that has the 3 tables. I just wanted to go to, yes, that one. Thank you. So if you look at the top table, that shows the 5 categories: population coverage, business population, area covered, roadway coverage, and the structure counts covered. So when you go towards the right hand side, starting with 165 feet, then you go to 136 feet, and if you compare the population covered at 165 versus 136, you see that at 165 it's 5110 population count, and then at 136 it drops down to 4,677. And further dropping the height, there's a drop in the numbers all across for that site. This is important to show. I think I mentioned last time as well that just to get a visual on an A4 paper, 8 by 11, 8.5 by 11, or 8.11.5, it's hard to just get an idea of what the difference is between, for instance, red and the yellow and the blue and so forth. So this breaks down and gives you a delta in the 2 different heights, 165 versus 136 and 165 versus the other 2 heights. And I've given that difference in the far 3 columns, the right, to the right in white. So there's a loss in coverage, and you can see the percentages in the last 3 columns on the right. So you can see that, from 165 to 136 is a drop by 8.5%. Then you drop further, 116, naturally 16.7% and 37.3 when you go to 96 feet. So just to give a better understanding and quantify the coverage map that was in the first picture. And similarly, if we go back to, I think, slide number 2, that's one. Yeah, that.
So this is one of the first alternative locations.
Yes, sir. So if you just flip between the first slide and this slide, yes, you can see, you can see how much more colors you see at any height between the proposed site and the alternate location, and that is also represented. Again, the colors mean the same. Green being the existing coverage, and then I've compared all the same heights that I compared for the proposed site. And in the table, this on the page with the tables, yes, the second one, if that was 21 Follett, then that would be, yes, so the second table would be the numbers representing the height difference, and as you drop from 165 feet all the way down to 96 feet, it just gives you the difference between the two heights, 165 minus 136, 165 minus 116, and 165 minus 96 feet. And towards the three right columns, you have the percentages and their difference. Finally, the
Can we put it back just on D, the
second slide.
the coverage plot for the town-owned site? This is 21 Follett Street, which
Yes.
is the town-owned site. And if you see up north, there's a white area near the G in Grafton and along that stretch of Millbury Street. That's a target area for this site. That's what Verizon's trying to cover, that area up there, which has an elementary school and more traffic and an area that right now doesn't get adequate coverage. This particular location, the town location does not reach that even at a high height, and you can see based on where that's located, it doesn't add marginally much to go a lot higher at that site. If you go back to the other one, the proposed site, you can see at the higher heights that does reach that area that Verizon's trying to cover.
So to ask if you have the answer handy at least, is for the three sites, what's the actual elevation, value either at the base or the dip between them? Like for the height of the pole is one thing, but what's the difference in elevation between the sites? Do you have that handy, like just for what you measured?
I don't know the exact number, but I know that the proposed site is at is the highest elevation. I think it's about
What we've got down the plans.
it's over 400 feet if I remember correctly. And then the 21 Follett drops down, and that is definitely much lower than the proposed site.
Right.
And it's in a, as you can see, I don't know if there's a terrain map.
The tower height, the proposed tower height is something like elevation 476
Right.
on this. That's on our plans.
Okay.
And then that goes, the 21 Follett goes down to almost 300 feet.
Yeah, because that's close to the river.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I-
And we didn't pick a low site at that location. We picked a fair site. We weren't trying to find the lowest location. It's just in a valley. It's a low place.
Yeah, it was just a question that wasn't here. So, go ahead, Bob.
So I was going to compare the stats.
1 second.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Bob, go
Now,
ahead.
I want to talk about the choice of sites here first. First of all, where did this piece of land get picked? According to Grafton Map Geo, it belongs to the town, hasn't been offered up or anything. And our Map Geo says that it belongs to the town of Grafton, 44 Millbury Street, which is actually the address of the water district, which is something different. So that's all very confusing. But that wasn't what I was looking for a location. I was looking for, and we discussed, just on the property that your proposal is on, move basically north a bit. There's a ridge there. Go over the ridge and come down the other side a bit. And you should, I think it looked to us at the time, David will be able to help much more. It looked like you could get a good bit less, a tower that was not that much, not nearly as far above the terrain, that would give, it would seem, pretty good coverage, maybe even better coverage into some of those problem areas. David?
Mr. Maxon?
You're muted.
I had my map up over my microphone button, so I couldn't find my microphone button. David Maxon with Isotrope, working for the board on this application. Yeah, we did discuss that last time. I thought we had some answers to that. Did we see any coverage from the alternative further north, or maybe the applicant can remind us how we had left that when we discussed it?
You talked, I said something like I just said, and you said, yes, that's sort of a bringing together of several of the things that we've talked about. And I think
Right.
it's consistent with a comment that was in your initial report. Obviously, if you go 100 feet lower down into the lowland on that other piece of town land, you're going to have to be high. You have to be able to see over this hill that we're talking about.
This is David. I can respond to the thinking behind all that when you're ready. I don't know if you want to continue with the applicant or if you want me to fill in on that right now.
Why don't you continue? Yeah.
I did not hear that.
Why don't we continue with the applicant and then come back and parse out the pieces?
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, so here you want to talk about the Providence Street, which I know
Yeah.
both 21 Follett and Providence Street were specifically asked for by the board. That's why we've looked at them.
So
Who asked for 21 Follett Street?
I don't
That was at my direction, and I can explain that, but I don't know if you want me to explain that now or later.
So, sort of I asked for it because of David Maxon mentioning it, but yeah, let's let the applicant go, and then we'll get back to the explanation on the site choice.
21 Follett has been in RFPs. Yeah, the town has put RFPs out on the 21 Follett Street site, whether it's the water district or the town. They've done that.
Okay.
So, in the past.
All right. Are we done with 21?
yes, we're done with 21. And then the third slide, this is, yes, that one. Just if you can please go back to the first, second, and third, and then yes, the first. That just to give you a quick idea, if you can, get a visualization of what the first one, the proposed site, does compared to the other two sites. First of all, the Providence Road site is quite far east, and it's further away from the intended coverage area that Verizon's trying to fill. And it doesn't cover as much as the proposed site and the 21 Follett site as well. I've done the same thing with this site. I've broken down the 4 heights, shown the height analysis, just to represent, in a similar fashion as I've done with the other two. So if you go back to the next slide with the tables, please. What I've done here is, if you look at the 58 Follett, which is the first table, second one is a 21 Follett, and third one is a 188 Providence Road. So a comparison between all three in one screenshot is easier to comprehend, because you can see, let's say 165 feet, the light blue column, the first column, and 165 feet, if we look at just the population coverage, that's 5,110 at 165 feet for proposed site. If you go to 21 Follett, it drops down to 3,810, and for the 188 Providence site, it's even lower. It's 3,519. And all the other stats are lower compared to the proposed site. One other thing that I did to give a visual understanding is I prepared incremental road coverage map, because I heard last time or prior to that that the proposed site is covering more of the neighboring town compared to the Grafton area. And so I put together, and I wanted to see for myself as well. Yes, those are the red that you see are the roads, the incremental roads on top of the existing. Again, the green coverage is the existing coverage, and then the red color represents the incremental coverage that you will get with the proposed site at 165 feet. If you go to the next slide, that's 21 Follett, 165 feet. and then the next one is Providence roadside. So if you go flip between the three, you can easily see how much more coverage you're getting from the proposed site, not only in Grafton, but also in the neighboring town.
So to ask on the table, one thought and question I'd have just to be completely clear. For example, your coverage at 165 feet on population coverage, or whatever, any of the numbers in there, is that the incremental coverage above the existing, or is that all inclusive?
That is correct. Incremental.
Okay.
So that's the population and the other measures that are seeing improved coverage.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's not that they're completely dead now, it's just that their signal is below the level that's
yes.
generally considered acceptable.
Yes. Good. Thank you. That's right.
Okay. So this was our site analysis and our height analysis. We do also want to talk about the photo sims, and then to the extent that the board is interested, I'll have Jesse explains what's changed on the site plans, just so you know. There's nothing significant in terms of tower location, but did you want to go through
Yep.
the technical stuff with Mr. Maxon first, or how would you like to proceed?
I think it might make sense just for Flo to go over the locations and such with Mr. Maxim and the questions that Mr. Hassinger had right now, and then we can then touch base on the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's probably good to address questions and comments about the site locations.
Absolutely.
Additional
Okay,
alternatives, whatever.
this is David. I'll start.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, if you'd go to the first map, the first slide, we'll start there. And thank you, Mr. Usmani, for the explanation. I think this was a good way to do it. I want to clarify one other factor, and I think you explained that when you explained incremental, and that is that the red, yellow, gray, and blue overlays are stacked one above the other, as Mr. Jaimo was explaining. And also the green overlay of existing coverage is on top of that. And if you took the green overlay away, you'd see more blue and potentially more of the other colors as well. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Thank you. So this is, as he referred to it, as incremental coverage. This is the difference between existing coverage and what it would be adding. When the population and area counts and all those things in the table were computed, was that on the incremental coverage or the total coverage?
That was in the incremental coverage.
So that just represents the population within the blue areas that we see on the map, for instance.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I talked about last time or the time before was that you can illuminate a valley almost as well, sometimes better, by having a tower in the valley rather than on top of the hill on one side. And I may have mentioned our experience in Ashland, New Hampshire, where that was exactly what happened, is that we used the wastewater treatment plant next to the river to avoid having a tower on a prominent outcropping overlooking the valley. Now, that was a very clear valley. It's a much more hilly or mountainous kind of terrain than this is, but the principle is the same. And in fact, if you compare the blue, please click to the next one, of the 21 Follette Street in Grafton, this is very good. It does miss the one thing that Mr. Jaimo pointed out, and that is the coverage that reaches to Millbury Street in red on the previous image, but it doesn't reach into Millbury and Sutton. So if we go back, thank you, to the first slide, we see that there is some incremental improvement on a few roads in Millbury and Sutton, and we don't need to go to them, but the road maps help illustrate that as well. But an awful lot of the coverage is in Grafton. And if you look at the the symbol for the cell site, it has 3 wedges. And those wedges represent the 3 sector antennas, and they represent the angle at which, at least for the purposes of modeling, they've been pointed. Now, they may adjust that when they get into the field and actually start operating the system, but fundamentally, that's the design objective as shown. So what we have is 2 sectors serving Grafton and 1 sector that's basically serving Millbury and Sutton. If we go ahead to the next slide, what we see is that because we've gone down behind the hill, we're below it, we cannot illuminate Millbury and Sutton, but now the town of Grafton has 3 sectors serving it, which in the long run, as more and more capacity is demanded of the cell site, Grafton gets the benefit of 3 sectors instead of 2. As Mr. Jimo said, their coverage objective includes these other locations in Millbury and Sutton. And that may be the case. So one of the questions the town and the board might have for itself is the benefit of using a lower elevation facility that's not on a prominent hilltop that to illuminate most of this area in Grafton that needs illuminating better overall than using the high location at the proposed site. And in doing so, does that put the town at any risk of effectively prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services by not allowing Verizon to reach Millbury and Sutton from a Grafton location? It's a complicated question, and it's something that, if it's of interest to the board, it would be something to look for advice from counsel. So I'd point out, as I did a moment ago, Mr. Jimo's point that the one thing that the 21 Follette Street location fails to reach is that little stretch of Millbury Street that is shown in the red on the previous map. And you click back to it. Yeah. So that's perhaps the one major difference between the 2 facilities. Now, I mentioned 21 Follette because there is a solar farm there, and it is a town property. And I had heard that it had been put up in the past, made available under RFP for a wireless tower. Then the other location, which I have less confidence in, and we can go click to the 3rd map, is the one that's on Providence Road. And I think, as I recall, that was the nearest one that was on a property that was where it would have been allowed without, I think, a variance. I'm hoping I'm remembering my facts correctly here. And so I had pointed that out and asked the applicant to show that on some of their mapping, and they did do that with some follow-up information. So what that demonstrates is that I think that's an industrial parcel. That site is not very good, and in my opinion, can be just ignored. But the 21 Follette Street site, because it's available, because we know it can be put out to RFP again if the town were so interested, and because it provides so much coverage in Grafton, except that one spot on Millbury Street, it's something to consider as an alternative. And I think you've heard from the applicant the reasons why they would certainly prefer the location they proposed, because it does also reach some important places to them in Millbury and Sutton.
Yeah, just as a point of information, the 188 Providence Road site is an area, it's a portion of a parcel zoned community business, and it was many years ago. There were plans to build a shopping center there, but that never came to fruition. But it's still zoned as community business because it was once upon a time intended to be a shopping center, for what that's worth. But as you say, David, the wireless coverage characteristics of that site aren't really appropriate for serious consideration.
Right. So I don't really have anything else to clarify with this, just to kind of help you understand why we were looking at these two as potential alternative sites. I'm not sure how we ended up not pursuing something further north on the proposed property. I do recall us discussing it, but I don't recall the upshot of that.
Place the height of the tower.
I suspect the board would be interested in understanding why such a location can't be considered, or what the pros and cons are. But
I think we probably have to run some data on that, wouldn't we, Sahil? To find out. I mean, we do know there are some perhaps real estate constraints to where we're located on this site. I'm not sure you care about that, but that's a fact, right? The Sutton board has conditioned this site on a special permit in Sutton and has carved out the area at the top of the hill where we're proposing to go as a location for a cell site. But that's a real estate issue. If you want the technical answer, we're going to have to run some numbers.
Definitely appreciate any and all information, which would include the technical side as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yes, because I think it seems to me that the board is interested in trying to be sure that all plausible alternatives has been considered, and that when it gets right down to it, if this site is going to be the site, we need to be convinced that it's really the best site, the best available site.
Mike,
Well,
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, it would help to know the exact location, and then if that piece of property can be, taken forward and to lease and with the landlord and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of the technical stuff, you need to know where on the site David's talking about, and I guess that's a question for you, David.
Yes, it is. And I don't have a specific proposal. I recall looking at this and considering it, and not sure why we didn't come up with a proposed alternative location. But we'll have to look in the record, see whether there was some reasoning that we didn't go there, or whether it was just overlooked.
One thing that comes to my mind, just quickly looking at the particular parcel at 58 Flat Street and the topography, and that is that, and I vaguely recall this came up in one of our discussions, that locating the tower farther to the north might bring it too close to the property boundary. So there are the requirements of the zoning bylaw that they say how far the tower needs to be from the edge of the property. So if you're looking specifically at this parcel, then the property boundaries may be constraining the tower location.
But it does narrow in the back. The property's
Yes,
a
it
wedge.
does. And so that's a potential concern. And of course, the abutting properties on the north and east side of Lazy Hill, I don't know whether you've explored with those property owners the possibility of locating a tower on a parcel other than the one at 58 Bullet Street.
Yes, we gave you a site alternatives analysis that looked at a couple of those parcels where there just was not interest from the landowner.
Yeah. That would kind of, while the locations might be superior for the purposes of the coverage we're trying to achieve, if the landowner is not interested, there's not much you can do.
Right, right. And I think there was one that provided some level of coverage if it could have been used. It's just not something that the owner was interested in, and Sean had spoken with them.
Is it possible to bring up the RF report and look at this map on the screen so they can?
Do you have that, Mr. Clerk?
It's in there. It's in the package.
Yeah, I just don't know if they've got everything pulled up or not.
Let me see.
I think it's
Was
one
that
of
the April 26th?
first few documents, I think.
Was that the one that was
The RF
Here.
report?
Yes, sir.
April 26th?
Exhibit 3?
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, let me get that up here.
the terrain map, please.
And of course, it doesn't help that these are all sideways. Actually, maybe I can do something about that.
Would GIS be easier for terrain?
I'm not quite sure what I'm looking for here.
Well, Dave preps this. Once we get through this part of the discussion, does the board prefer if I open to the public for a discussion on this particular topic, the narrow scope of what we just talked about first, and then go back to the public after other topics, or close through what we feel we need to talk about first and then open to the public? Any preference
For us?
for the board? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to read through last transcript to see if I can find the answer to your question from earlier.
There's something from the public that's new.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not sure.
There you go.
And
This is the one?
No, it's I think 4 slides later. After this one. Yes, that one.
That one.
So, Mr. Maxon, if you can help a little bit and point to where you would like to, because I can choose any location that is good for RF coverage, and come back with some coverage plots, and that may not work for the town. So I just want to make sure that the location that I'm taking with me, or a couple of locations, will be the right ones.
Okay. Yes, my mic is unmuted. All right. If we just note on this map that the red part, the high point, the high area of the hill runs sort of northwest. And then if it's possible to go to the site plan, I know it has you pull up another document, but site plan C1, which is it's like the second plan in the Exhibit 2 plans.
All right, let's see if we can find that.
Okay.
All right, so I've just been looking at this also on my my GIS with property lines and elevation and that sort of thing. And in a general sense, if you follow that long 1,023-foot line toward the property line, oh dear. if you go about halfway, about 500 feet, give or take, the elevation is higher, roughly, because it crosses, it's above 500 feet. And perhaps that means that a lower tower might suffice as well. But that does increase the distance between the tower and the aerial circle residential area in Sutton where it's presently would be most visible. So, Mr. Hassinger, is that along the lines of what you've been thinking as well?
I'm not sure anymore.
David, I can tell you, I just looked at the transcript of the last session very quickly, and I believe at the time you asked about moving east, not north. So the question was whether if we moved it east, there would be some advantage. I don't think we ever reached a conclusion or that wasn't necessarily intended for follow-up. I think Mr. Hassinger had suggested it would be worth looking into at some point. I would point out that moving it east moves it closer to Mr. Ray's property. It does move it further from the Sutton properties, however. But would you like us to look at east? Do you want us to look at north? What's the suggestion?
Well, thank you for that. Was it in your view of the discussion, was east suggested by someone other than myself?
Boy, David, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
we've got
okay.
this stenographer, and she's been writing stuff down, and she wrote stuff down last time, and I just happened to try to spin through it quickly.
Okay. Because I think that I'm having mentioned that, I think I'm recalling there was some discussion of the idea of moving it away from the aerial circle development. Was there an issue that was keeping us from talking about moving it north? Is there a terrain issue or a wetlands issue?
I vaguely recall terrain saying, the applicant mentioning that it'd be just more difficult or impossible to get up further up that hill. I don't. That's a vague memory, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I think this came pretty close to the end of the hearing. I think people kind of wore out is what happened.
Yeah, I think moving kind of along this line, it's moving like northwest. Yeah,
right.
It's moving a little bit to the west of north, and it's following fairly closely a contour line. So it's not going up a whole. It's going up some in elevation. It looks like just kind of eyeballing the terrain here, but and it's kind of going. It may be going a little bit north of the peak of the hill, which may possibly result in a lower tower height, giving good coverage along Millbury Street. You'd have to analyze that, but it.
Can I just ask something?
The
To the board or to Mike directly. If Mr. Maxon or somebody can send us the exact location or locations that we can look at, doesn't have to be identified now.
David, would you be able to give him a Latin long for what you're looking at? Not now, at some point.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with staff on that, come up with something.
Okay. Yes. And just, I can read what was said the last time. What if the tower placed more to the east at a lower elevation, so it takes advantage of distance and reduction in elevation to reduce or perhaps even eliminate visual impact on the residential development over the line in Sutton, whatever that's called, aerial circle? Is there a way to do that, get some coverage thrown into the direction of those residents because they're benefiting from this tower significantly in terms of wireless coverage without shifting undesirable impacts to other residences in Grafton? That was the gist of the conversation.
I saw Fiona's hand, then I saw Bob's.
Yeah, it was more of a real estate issue, as I recall, which is not the planning board's problem. I mean, the applicant can speak to that, but it wasn't constraints that were associated. It was more of like a real estate issue. Feel free to.
Yeah, I don't think we addressed the real estate issues at all last time. We pretty much wrapped up at that point, but there is a real estate issue. I mean, that's a fact.
Right. That would be the dominant issue, is my understanding at this time, which is not really the planning board's issue this evening, but just want to bring that to the attention of the board.
Thank you. Bob?
My recollection of the bit of conversation that I was talking about was when we were saying that we were seeing a lot of coverage, new coverage being provided where there's already coverage to the south and west, over in Sutton and whatever, over that direction. But that was already covered. And so maybe there would be no harm in sacrificing that to move the tower. And at that time, I thought there had been talk about just going north. But I think we're not necessarily doing the right thing here. Our job is not to design what they do. My problem is they want a tower that's way too high. I think they need to find what they can do that'll serve them best at a height that fits with Grafton. And I think they can do that. We don't have to find properties and whatnot. If they want to get at least my vote on approval.
Well, we'll certainly, I mean, we've analyzed, Mr. Hassner, we have analyzed some lower heights. We can try to tweak that and see what we can do.
Understand that. I'm saying you're going to have, it's a trade-off. How many possible road miles or how many possible users you're going to serve with this tower versus the difficulty of getting it accepted. Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Bob. I also think that it still makes sense to let us have David Maxon do that.
Well, I think
as well.
David can do as much as he likes with that, but it's the people who want to build the tower and provide the services that need to figure out how to manage.
This is David. If I could just interject, one of the things that I do with zoning boards in these processes relates to the gathering of evidence regarding the potential for alternatives, so that if a denial occurs, the board has some confidence that there's another way to address the coverage problem in the town. And that is all Telecommunications Act oriented stuff. And I am not a lawyer. There's my disclaimer. So that's why we're gathering facts on these alternatives to the level of analysis that we're doing. I do agree that at some point you sort of have to fish or cut bait and decide whether it's worth trouble to go further. The applicant seems willing to look at an alternative location on the parcel if that will help mitigate the visual impacts that are being that people have expressed concerns about. Looking at it, I think there is so much cleared land around that aerial circle development that even if we moved the facility 500 or 600 feet to the north, and because it's on the hill and this development is on one side of the hill, that it will still be quite visible to that development, maybe less. And maybe if it's at 10 or 20 or 30 feet higher elevation, ground elevation, the tower would not need to be as tall. So it might be something worth spending a little bit of time on, since the applicant seems to be willing to do so.
I think we're willing to have Soheil run some numbers, but whether it's practical or not, David, I think there's lots of reasons why it may not be practical. But that's, if you're looking for the technical information, We can give you technical information. Remember, another part of this coverage area though is Main Street, which is to the south of this site. So moving it north doesn't do a lot for getting it down to Main Street either. It's not just, I think we said this the last time too, it's not just Sutton and Millbury, although from the Telecommunications Act standpoint, the town lines are kind of immaterial. But the coverage area includes areas to the south of this site in Grafton, as well as to the north of the site in Grafton. So, okay, should we talk about photo simulations?
Yeah, I think having no strong opinion from the board on probably, I think it makes more sense for us just to go through our stuff and then bring the public up for any comments that was discussed tonight to go from there.
So we should go through?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So from a photo simulation standpoint, there was some question, and David Maxon did a report in which I think he made some assumptions and analyzed the photo simulation study. So I've got Paul Phillips here to answer questions. He's from Nexius. He actually did the photo simulation study, but I can also tell you, based on discussions I had with him and others at his firm to confirm what their process was. They flew this balloon. It was a tethered line. It was tethered at a height that was slightly higher than the proposed height of the tower, so something like 176 feet instead of 170 feet, to account for the fact that there might be some wind. The wind was very low that morning. It flew from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. The photos were taken in the 9:30 and on range, and Paul has exact times on those, but they were taken at times when the wind was pretty low. The photos are taken from established locations where the exact location of the photo is recorded, and then the company runs a program called Photomax, which allows them to create a three-dimensional model of a tower and to fix the location from which the photos were taken on basically, I think, a mesh, GIS type mesh. And this is very similar to how other companies do this, and I think it's similar to what David was suggesting was best practice. The photos are then the representation of the tower from these different angles is then placed into a Photoshop program with the photo that was taken, so that the photo and the simulated tower can be merged so that it's the right height above the tree line, etc., the right relationship to the point from which the photo was taken. And those are the photographs that you've seen. In reading David's comments on and I don't want to put words in your mouth, David, I know you're going to correct me if you disagree with me, but I believe you had concluded that from the standpoint of the balloon height, that the idea of allowing for some additional line to account for wind or such was the correct thing. I don't think it was laser established. It was established by the length of the line, which is a pretty common technique, as I think you know. I also think you agreed that the representation of the tower in terms of the width of the antennas and the height above the tree line seemed to your estimation to be about right, and I think that should correspond to what we understand Nexius does when they do these, which is a pretty formal process of using this program and plugging the locations and the angles in from where the photos were taken. And then your third critique had to do with basically the field of vision of the photos. So some of these photos in your estimation were taken at a wider field of vision than they should have been, and you cropped them. But again, that's not going to change the relative height or relative location of where the superimposed tower is on the photo. It's just going to give you less background. And the example you included showed it basically looked like you'd walked across the street from the photo that was taken to the photo that you had concluded met the right field of vision. So we would stand by our photo simulations as being accurate. If people want to look at them like this or something so they see them cropped, look a little bit different, but I don't think it changes where you're going to see them from or relatively how much above or below the tree line they're going to be at that location. So if you have questions for Mr. Phillips or me on this, be happy to field those.
I'm by far not an expert on that. So I'll say if any member of the board or even Mr. Maxim has clarifying questions or anything further they want to discuss, we can bring Paul right up, but otherwise
Okay.
we can forward. I see a hand, so Paul, why don't you come up and just join us at any mic? Thank you.
Evening. I'm Paul Phillips. I'm the GIS CAD manager at Nexius. Phillips that develops the fluorescents.
So Bob, I saw your hand first.
Excuse me?
Oh,
Sorry.
I was going to ask David, or maybe you, staff. Linda and I took some pictures out there, which I mentioned, and I think I was asked to pass on those, and I think I did send a couple, and I'm not sure I see them anywhere in the record, and I don't know if David got to look at them, but they were from, I think, pretty much exactly this same situation. Yeah, that's
one of yours, Bob.
Yeah, is that in the record
Yes, it
there?
is. It is. It's on the
Okay.
project page on the website.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I just compare that against the no tower picture from Verizon, from the applicant, and you may get us. It seemed to me the comparisons I could make, I got a sense of it being bigger, but more imposing than the picture that the simulation was built from. So I just was wondering if David looked at that or did that provide any input or any additional thought?
This is David. Yes, I received those pictures and looked at them. And I think I recall discussing with you at the last meeting whether you knew what effective focal length was for the camera settings. And I think we established that that was not something you were aware of.
That's just not, you'd have to do some more of the math to actually figure it out. But it was the choice on my camera that would be the closest to what you're calling a normal lens.
Right.
You know, this is an iPhone and it's 7 millimeters or whatever. But when you look at coverage areas and all of that, I compared this against a 3 by whatever, not the full frame, but my Nikon is whatever the smaller sensor is.
Mm-hmm.
But then the normal lens for that sensor is 35 millimeters, as I understand it. And I compared the iPhone coverage, you know, how wide and how high is it versus how high and how wide was my Nikon. And it was pretty well at a normal lens. Okay.
Right.
And anyway, that was just, I looked at the picture here in the new stuff.
And for me, that was helpful because that helped confirm my hunch and then my calculations that the photos were taken with a fairly wide angle focal length. And that can make a difference in terms of how you perceive a picture that's a full page or a half page large. And it's just one of the techniques and it's a common technique. As we're talking about common techniques, it's a common technique to use a wide angle lens to help reduce the perceived impact of a tower. As for tethering a balloon, laser rangefinders are so inexpensive these days that a a lot of the people who do these balloon tests do go out and measure the balloon's height when it is generally quiescent. You know, there might be a 5-knot wind or whatever that's putting a bit of a lay on the balloon and the tether. You'd measure it when it's steady and it's not bouncing around, and you know exactly what the height is, and you're not guessing how much line you need to pay out. So those are just techniques to do things that are in a more deterministic way, a little less relying on the art of the operator. And the same thing goes for the photographs. I relied on the description given of the methodology in the report. So I think, and I've heard a description that is pretty clearly representing what the description of the methodology said. There are more deterministic ways of doing 3D modeling than going to Photoshop. For instance, you bring the image into CAD, and if you have the application in CAD, you do it there, and it can be more, as I say, deterministic. But in terms of the height, I think the approximation is okay. What we're not certain about is whether the proportions, the breadth of the tower is proportionate to the exposed height of the tower above the tree line. And perhaps the GIS specialist can talk a little bit about how they made sure not only they got the height right, but they got the mass of the structure right for that distance.
Well, our goal was to produce a realistic representation of what the tower might look like. There again, as you know, these are not perfectly accurate things that we're doing here. We use the 3D Max software, and the tower model is modeled in that software, and the photograph is used as a backdrop in that software. And it's at the same resolution, so that when it comes out of there and goes into the Photoshop to clean up and layer the objects in the front, it's essentially the same size. As far as the focal length of the camera, basically we rely on the metadata from what these things were taken with an iPad. It's telling me the focal length here was 3 millimeters, if that helps you. Essentially, I'm the one that took the photos, and essentially I just hold it out at the right height to get a view in the pad that looks the same as what I'm seeing with my eye. Press the button and we save the picture. Those are all sent to our graphic artist people that bring this into CAD and 3D Max, do the rendering, do the model building, and then bring it back into Photoshop and prepare the slides that you see. I think overall we're fairly close. I don't see that it's a major difference from my perspective. I don't know if that helps you, but that's what I got to offer.
Thank you.
Right. Anything further come to mind from any members of the board or even Mr. Maxim and we've already discussed on this point?
Just give me a second. I'm trying to, I don't know whether I can find the metadata real quick on mine. Just, there we are.
I am recalling you said it was 7 millimeters.
Yeah, but I want to be sure the tool I'm using is not helping me. All right. I think that's what sticks in my head. I think it was this camera has a 0.5, a 1, and a 1, and a 2.5, and the 2.5 is the they call it, that's the labels in the user interface. And the 2.5 is actually the closest to, they call it a telephoto. It's the closest to a normal view, normal lens.
Now, I believe you mentioned the last thing to talk about from your standpoint tonight is the changes to the site plan.
Yeah, Jesse, do you want to just explain what's changed in the site plan since the last time these folks have seen the site plan. The new ones are posted on your website as of, I think, today, but,
Hi, my name is Jesse Marino. I'm with Proterra Design Group. If it's possible to bring up the site plans, you could bring it.
the latest ones today.
Yeah, sheet 7.
I think are they on the website yet?
Yeah. It's exhibit 37.
Yeah, 37.
Dave's got him. He's pulling him up.
Really, to the naked eye, it's going to be difficult to see, but basically the plan edits were the result of 2 different peer reviews that occurred. One was Ecotech through the Conscom. They reviewed sort of wetland regulations and where in the beginning of the site where we have the crossing, where and how the mitigation area for the wetland fill, where that was located. There was also a site plan special permit and stormwater regs review by Graves Engineering. So both of those consultants prepared letters, and as a response to those letters, we had created a letter and these plans. And basically, to run through them, they asked us to show cuts and fills on there. There was a couple of areas where we had a typo on a spot shot, which we corrected. They asked us to create a wider berm at one of the stormwater areas, which we did. Down at the beginning of the site, there's a crossing where there's some culverts. They wanted to clarify the direction of flow on those culverts, which we did. They also asked us to add an additional culvert, which was done as well. We adjusted the entrance to meet the town curb cut application, where we provided a small paved apron and a laydown area that was suggested. And again, we also adjusted the amount and the location of the wetland replication plan. So these were all small changes to the plan, basically that occurred sort of in the first, 500 feet or so of the driveway. The location of the tower, where it was located, the grading, all that up there was basically remained unchanged. There was one question brought up by one of the reviewers regarding landscaping. The regs say something, the wireless regs have something about providing some landscaping to shield the compound from abutters. Obviously on this site, we're about 500 feet from 450, 500 feet from the nearest abutter. We're in the middle of the woods. So up in that area, we did not put landscape plantings in that location. Where we did put them was down by the entrance between the closest neighbor. We felt that was a better spot to put some screening plantings. So that was really the edits to the site plan.
So is there anything you wanted to particularly point out on the plans here?
I could, but unless you guys got questions about something, we can drill right down into it if you'd like, but.
Yeah, if anybody wants to look at a particular page on the plans,
we could do that.
Say the word, but.
Like you said, if you go to that page 7 here, I could point out to the areas where we did some things. But again, so it'd be sort of down, right where your cursor is there, down at the beginning. Yep, right there where basically it was, the driveway's widened some, and we have a paved apron as the town requires. That's the area down there where we show the additional culvert, and as you come up the drive on your left hand side, there's a couple of detention basins, And those were the minor grading adjustments were made to those, but they're, you know, at this scale, they're really difficult to see. They were just spot shots and kind of minutia that the review engineer picked up and we corrected.
Okay. Any questions regarding site plan from the board? I don't see any. Is there anything more you wanted to discuss from your end?
No, I mean, we would request a continuance to bring back to the board if there's any other information you want. I mean, we feel like we've submitted a lot to the board. There's a lot in play. There are, I guess, a couple open questions based on some comments that folks have made tonight about wanting us to do a little more analysis on a couple of things.
Yeah.
We're happy to do that, but we'd like to, you know, kind of have everything the board thinks it wants to see, so we can come back and kind of wrap this up with a bow if we could.
I understand that. Before I get to that for the board, I'm going to make sure I let the public have an opportunity to speak as well. So, anyone who wants to talk about anything tonight or anything from past meetings that just hasn't been discussed already, I'm happy to have any member from the public on Zoom or in person.
Adam Ray, 42 Follette Street. Just a little thing on moving the tower site locations or thinking about it around Lazy Hill. Anywhere you move that tower on Lazy Hill, it's going to be visually prominent. So I don't know if moving it around really makes a difference. I also don't know why it's being so much discussed when it's in our bylaws that says it has to be sited below visually prominent ridge lines, which Lazy Hill is, to my knowledge, maybe the most visually prominent ridge line in the town of Grafton. So I think a compromise with coverage would have been the other Follette Street location. 21, I think, with coverage. I also noticed that they're not talking about giving people coverage that they don't have. They're talking about filling in maybe a little better coverage for people in certain small locations along Millbury Street. Another thing I'd just like to bring up to the board's attention too is concerning this parcel of land is in the minutes of the Sutton town, they did not want to do that deal. They said that they had a fiduciary responsibility to their citizens not to push that into litigation, that they were worried about that. But that doesn't mean they wanted to do it. They were very, I don't know the word, but they didn't want to do it. And they said the reason they agreed to it was they were worried about litigation. So there's definitely certainly a lot of questions, as you well know, about that, even though I know that's not under your direct purview. So I'd just like to say and I don't think that they've proven, or it still needs to be up for debate a little bit about substantial evidence that the facility cannot, by technical necessity, feasibly be located in a non-residential zone. I don't think that's been gone over enough. And like I said, I think, you know, when you're talking about you can add 20 feet to this tower after the fact, put 2 more arrays of 6-foot cans on it. I don't know how small this tower would be and what coverage it would be if it was actually sited below Lazy Hill Ridgeline. And I think it hasn't been proven that would work for anybody. And I just think that the general compatibility with adjacent properties and other properties in the district is not met. And that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Fiona, go ahead.
I just want to make a point to the board that we also really need to understand what the outcome is going to be for this project during the Conservation Commission public hearing process. So just something to bear in mind. We're not probably going to be able to do much until we hear about the outcome of that process. Obviously we should still consider the follow-up data that the applicant is proposing and continue to have these conversations, but we should be also aligning with what's going on with the Concom right now.
Yep. We typically try to avoid closing our hearing until after the Concom hearing is closed, just because until that hearing is closed, there could always be a change, even if it's minor in nature, to the plans that would then affect what is on our record. So it would have to be a modification to us after that if we did close earlier. So that's usually why we try to keep the hearing open until the end of Concom, generally.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone else from the public, either on Zoom or in the meeting, looking to speak.
No, don't see anything.
All right. So, question for the board: would we like to see anything more from the applicant besides that modeling that additional location in the same parcel at this point? Is there anything we think that we haven't heard yet that we want to hear from them, as far as we know right now?
Like I said, I want to hear them propose something that fits with our bylaw, that is not so visually problematic.
All right.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. I can't think of any outstanding question I have. If there are, certainly many points that I'm concerned about that we've already discussed and have brought up, but I don't know what else I can ask for that you haven't already provided at this point, at least for me.
Okay.
Other than the thing we just mentioned. So I think where we're at is you asked to have a continuance.
Jesse, when is our Concom?
March 7th.
So what's your next hearing after March 7th?
After March 7th, it's 13th.
The 13th.
All right.
So we can do 13th. We can do even.
We can do
later.
the 13th or the 27th.
Yep.
I think we'd prefer the 13th, wouldn't we, Sean? Okay. Yeah, let's do the 13th. If there's some reason that we can't make it, we'll let you know ahead of time, but I'm assuming we'll be able to get that information back to you before then.
Yeah, as it is, yeah, that's 2 weeks from now, so.
Right.
Yep.
Right, we would expect to see the information several days ahead of time,
Sure.
of course.
Yep.
But yeah, if you think that's doable,
I think it should be doable.
and
Yeah.
if it turns out it's not, we can deal with it.
Okay. All right, so we'll request to the 13th if we could.
All right. I'll have a form for you to.
Oh, no. No. 13th and 27th.
Chairman David Maxon here. I have another hearing that evening. If you require my participation, you'll have to either have a late meeting so I can attend 2 meetings in an evening, or put it off to the next time.
My inclination is that if you're able to assuming that the applicant turns this information in relatively quickly, we can get at least something in writing from you, and that might be enough for us for the next meeting.
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right. The applicant is filling out the continuance form. Do I have a motion?
I move to grant the applicant's written request to continue the meeting and the hearing until March, which?
13.
13 at 7:30.
Thanks.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to grant the applicant's written request to continue the hearing until March 13th at 7:30 p.m. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger.
Hi.
Mr. Veckatraman is not here, and I vote aye. Declare that this public hearing will be brought back up at our next hearing on March 13th. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right. I think I'm going to give a moment for the room to clear out, like a minute or two. All right.
To Chair, there's nothing more that are votes that require supermajority left or need to be attended, such as the special permits. And I'm afraid I've got to remove myself from the meeting at this point. I will review the CMRPC presentation and the rest of it at a later date.
All right.
I don't think it'll be a problem.
I can hear it in your voice. Hope you feel better.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the next item is the master plan phase 2 kickoff. I presume this won't be too time consuming given the weather outside, and we can proceed.
So Justin, I'll just do a really quick intro to introduce the team. CMRPC is being represented this evening by Sarah O'Brien and Elena Ion, who will be, and apologies, Elena, if I mispronounced your last name. They will be the project leads, and Dominique Dutremble is, which I also probably mispronounced. I'm so sorry, Dominique. I should know that by now after working with you. Dominique will be serving in a supportive capacity, but really the points of contact should be Sarah and Elena. They're going to give a presentation this evening to go over kind of how we're kicking off phase 2A, talking in detail about our survey effort, which a draft should be was in the meeting materials for your review. So that'll be a primary focus of this evening, as well as kind of following up about the discussion that we had at the prior meeting with the steering committee and the options that we have, different avenues there. But I will let them take it away and stop babbling, but I just wanted to give a brief intro in case we needed it. So.
Hi, thanks so much, Fiona. Nice to see all of you tonight. I think you covered it. As she said, I know you all have met Sarah O'Brien at one of your previous meetings. Elena is joining the effort, or has already joined the effort for Grafton. So together, Sarah and Elena, I think, really constitute two of our most entrenched community engagement specialists at CMRPC. They are co-leading the CMRPC regional planning process for the region-wide plan. So they're really the two best people on our staff at this time to help shepherd you through the community-driven planning process. So I know that they have a presentation, and I'll turn it over to them. I think it begins with Elena, and then Sarah follows up with some additional community engagement facts.
It's Dave, we may need to give them screen sharing privileges.
Yeah, I believe
Meanwhile,
I enabled it.
Great.
So you guys should be able to share your screens. Unless Zoom turned it off on me after I turned it on. Oh, should be on.
There we go.
Thank you, Dominique and Fiona. Hi, everyone. So as Dominique mentioned, my colleague Sarah O'Brien and I will be outlining the plan for phase 2 of the master plan. Next slide. we will be going through the scope of work, and as you know, phase one, in fall of 2022, CMRPC completed phase one, and now we're moving on to facilitate the next steps of the master plan process. But phase two consists mainly of three parts: community engagement, strategy or articulation, which contains vision, goals, objectives, and the third is the preliminary chapter development. And then on the next slide, we have a few more detailed deliverables that constitutes the plans, the parts of phase two. Some of these tasks are part of the community engagement element. Some of them are part of the visioning and strategy articulation. And most of these elements will play into chapter development and will constitute sources for chapter development. For example, the workshop and the data collection that we've done in phase one and the community survey. And next, my colleague Sarah will be outlining how these deliverables fit into a timeline.
Thanks, Elena. Thank you, everybody. This is a reminder of our timeline for not only phase two, but also phase three. So our roadmap for how we'll finalize this master plan. For phase two, we're looking at our kickoff tonight. We're looking to launch the survey by March 14th. That's the date of our in-person Grafton tour with Fiona. So it'd be helpful to have it reviewed by then. Our community engagement campaign will be ongoing throughout this plan, but we'll really focus on the spring and summer. Stakeholder interviews will begin as soon as possible throughout the winter and spring. We'll have our first workshop hopefully in April and our second workshop further on in the summer. Once we have that basis of our stakeholder interviews, survey data, and workshops, we'll be able to plan chapter development starting in late fall. So our deliverable will be in the winter, probably about a year from now, hopefully a little bit less, with rough chapter outlines to prepare for this board. For community engagement, we'll be using two general tools for communication with the general public. We have a Facebook launch, which will be Grafton Master Plan, which will also be supplemented by a website, which will have the survey link on it, information to join the workshops, and overall updates about the master planning process for any resident that'd like to be involved. Our survey will go from March to June. CMRPC is prepared to provide paper copies to the public library and municipal center. We'll have an online link on the website and the Facebook page. We'll have flyers posted around town, and we'll have a press release for media and local print outlets and an email distribution to any known town stakeholders. To supplement the survey, we'll also have 10 stakeholder interviews and 2 public workshops. So the first one will be for vision statement crafting and preliminary goals. And then the second one will be when we have more of a base of the plan to go over more of the content. And we're also hoping to attend the Grafton Farmers Market in June as an opportunity to gather more public input at a more casual level and promote the second workshop. So our survey is 21 questions. It was a little bit of a challenge to include all of the topics into one. So you'll see most of the questions are based on our findings of trends from phase 1 of data analysis. And they're also more focused on lived experience. So we can go over any questions or concerns with the survey tonight, but we hope to keep it open until around March 7th for any input from the board or any local stakeholders that like to make edits if you'd like to review on your own. But are there any preliminary concerns with the survey, any suggestions, things to add?
I'm sure I'm going to have some comments and suggestions on the survey. I haven't had enough time to review this and digest it and come up with any thoughts about what more or differently could be done in the survey. My first impression is it's pretty good. I think it covers at least a lot of the territory. I'm thinking in terms of what I want to learn from the survey, and are the questions going to help me? There's a line of thinking that I haven't gotten very far into it. So I do plan on studying this and thinking about it. I've made a few preliminary notes, but nothing nothing worth sharing at this point, but yes, I do. I am particularly interested in a survey that gets us information that we can work with and covers all the things that at least I think are important. So I will have some suggestions within the next week or so.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. From me, and kind of, I think it looked pretty good, and I wanted to sit with it and give some more thought as well. Would our March 13th evening meeting be too late to come back and discuss as a board and give you change suggestions, or would you need them earlier than that, just to kind of timeline it for ourselves?
It would be helpful for us if we had it ready for that 14th when we're planning to be in Grafton, so we can two birds, one stone, put the paper surveys out and put up flyers. If you did need the 13th, I think it could be doable, but it'd be preferable if we could cut it off about a week before, about March 7th.
Okay. Yeah. Our next meeting is at 13th, so we wouldn't be able to collaborate as a board on further suggestions if we are doing it earlier, but I still think that in the end, we can certainly coordinate with staff and try to get something, any thoughts we have for stuff, at least in place. But Fiona, you have your hand, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest, because I know that we do have a tight timeline, I'm trying to be cognizant of CMRPC's time. So I think if the board could individually follow up with, can take a dive into what was proposed and provide comments to me directly with their thoughts, and then I will funnel those to CMRPC ideally within the next week. So Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, so the final cutoff date for comments and revisions is March 7th.
Yes.
For launch on the 14th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the same date as the town tour. Okay, perfect. So if that's a suitable option for the board, that's what I would suggest, just to keep them moving forward.
Yep. I will add, if any member of the public has comments that they feel on this, since we're not meeting as a board again on this, I'll certainly hear any tonight if they're on, or if they're watching the recording, you can certainly reach out to staff before March 7th and share your thoughts as well. It's what I think would be an appropriate venue on the questions that we'll be asking with this.
Yeah, and I welcome and encourage members of the public to please reach out to the planning department with comments and suggestions through our website, or you can call me, whatever is the most convenient way to get in touch.
Yep. The other
I did have, sorry, apologies. I just had a couple of comments for the CMRPC team. A lot of the questions, well done, by the way. I like this a lot. I think this is well structured, hits all the key points. One thing I will say is there's a lot of open response options, and I think from at least a data analysis standpoint, is there ways, and I can work with you on this, to try and make some of these open responses multiple choice or ranking, or something where we can try and it might make analysis a little bit easier than like a narrative feedback, which we would, I'm assuming that there would be, if they were doing some sort of like word cloud would happen or something to that nature. But I think if we could try and at least take some of these and maybe drill down some responses, and then we can give us a final option, like other, where somebody can have a short section where they can write in. I just have found in my experience with surveys, going through open responses takes forever and is very, very, it would just be a lot. So I think wherever we can try and drill down and go, provide options for multiple choice, I think that some of them, of course, you're not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, but I'm thinking, like, number 11, where what areas or buildings in Grafton have sentimental value to you. I mean, that one obviously should be open response, and people should be able to, provide their feedback without any limitations. But I think, how often do you use the commuter rail, right? Like weekly, daily, monthly, something like that. And I'm happy to because this is, I'm happy to provide some options as well for multiple choice. But that was kind of my major suggestion in terms of topics. I think we've covered the gamut, and I appreciate that you've tied this back into all of the great work that was done in phase one. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona.
Seeing what's on the screen reminds me of one comment I'll make on this just tonight, and that's number 5. Which of the following options for future development would you support in the town center? And unlike many towns, we've got several parts of town that are worth considering along with the center. We've got the New England Village in North Grafton. We've got the South Grafton Mill Villages. We've got kind of the major business district stretching along Worcester Street. So I wouldn't limit this to just the town center. And I don't know how best to handle it, but you might think about it. There are several distinctly different areas of town to which this set of options would be applicable, and maybe it's like a table, same set of options, but for the different significant areas of town. Something along those lines. Think about that. But I mean that's the one thing that sort of struck me as being we too often get the complaints that in Grafton we always focus on the center and ignore the rest of town, and I don't want to do that here.
Yeah, I saw that as soon as I saw town center, I thought common. That's the center of town, and that is another business area. But yeah, you listed them: Worcester Street through the heavily developed area, and the others. That also reminds me of a question that was asked during the previous plan, which is, where do you think the 3 parts of town begin and end? There were no 2 people with the same idea. Where the lines were between north, south, and center.
Yeah, the design of Grafton as it has evolved, it's not sort of your typical, central business district was surrounded by mostly residential areas or an industrial area off to one side or anything. It's just the configuration of this town as it evolved is sometimes a bit difficult to come to grips with in terms of thinking about what the town is and how the town should grow and develop. It's one of the challenges of doing a master plan for Grafton.
That might be an area to ask a question about if you could figure out how to ask it. Do you want to try to keep isolated centers or somehow unify everything? I don't know.
Yeah, we have to kind of work with what we have.
Yeah, but you can develop towards different directions.
Yes, right.
Folks who are dedicated to North Grafton or South Grafton, some of them are going to want to have their community and not have it just become all Grafton with no, even harder, there won't be any dividing lines.
Fiona?
Thank you. We can rewrite number 5. Very helpful.
One other thing, I want to get an understanding because I'm just noticing the diversity of housing in Grafton over time has significantly changed. And I would just be curious if we could include probably in the demographic question section about tenure, renters versus owners, just to get a sense of how many renters are actually taking this survey.
Yes, we can tweak number 17 instead of current resident to add that
Current
designation.
Yeah, for homeowner, something like that. Yeah.
Current resident home, current resident renter, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one thought I have around trying to get more participants on the survey is a possible confirmation with the town moderator that we could have this as a flyer for town meeting. The actual survey to fill out at town meeting, which is in May. because that aligns with when we're looking to get responses.
Yep, that
If
would,
I may, just Sarah, will that be too late in the timeline for you guys? Or should we?
we're expecting March through June for the survey to be open, so that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, that would work.
We would just need to confirm that the town moderator is okay with that, which I don't anticipate her not being, but it's still.
Yeah, we've handed out surveys in the past at town meetings.
Yes.
So that shouldn't be an issue.
Correct. But, all right. I think that seems to cover every comment and question we have so far tonight.
Yeah. Was there anything else that you guys wanted to discuss about the master plan?
Yes, Elena will go over the plan development.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will move very quickly through these. There's a second deliverable after the community engagement, which is a strategy articulation. And by now we will have the benefit of having completed the community engagement part, and we'll have data collection from phase 1. So we will draw on these sources to articulate a vision and goals and action items by working with the town and the planning department. And then the third deliverable after this will be the plan development. And that will be on the next slide. And I will go quickly through these chapter titles just to outline as examples the type of questions we are thinking of answering, and the type of questions that are based on the data that we collected so far. But I should also note that this phase includes mostly the narrative development and not the graphics. It includes some visualizations, but not the layout and the graphics. That will be left for phase 3. So part of our deliverables will be a rough draft of these chapters, and we'll present the findings at the meeting in spring 2024. So the chapters are based on the Massachusetts general law. There's 7 chapters outlined, and we are adding the quality of life chapter, so a total of 8 chapters. The first one is land use, and it will obviously deal with public and private land uses and the interrelationship between these 2 types of land uses. And some of the questions we'll be asking are, what are some of the underutilized areas? What are changes, uses, layouts, types of open spaces that residents would like to see in the whole of Grafton or in focused areas such as North Grafton? And in general, we're trying to find out what are the desired characteristics of various areas in Grafton. For the housing chapters, we've examined some of the data we've collected, and the primary premise here is that there's a population increase, and it's a pretty steep population increase by 2020. And we are trying to explore how Grafton will accommodate this growth. We're also trying to take into account that Grafton has been designated as an MBTA community, and we will explore that side of housing. And generally, we'll try to find out whether the current housing stock meets the residents' needs. And on the next slide, so for the economic development chapter, we are once again drawing on data we've already collected, but some of the findings from the data collection has been that the largest employers are educational services, healthcare, social assistance. So some of the questions we're anticipating coming up are, how can the town support these employers and these industries, but also recognizing the fact that small businesses constitute a great part of Grafton's economic base. So we'll be looking at how the town can support small businesses. The next chapter, natural and cultural resources, this chapter will provide an inventory of the town's cultural and historic resources, but we're anticipating that the main questions that will come up of our community engagement phase is this tension between trying to protect these resources and protect the town's characteristics and small town feel, but also figure out this balance between growth and preservation. So that will be the main premise of this chapter. Again, recognizing that it will change possibly after community engagement. On the next slide, we have open space and recreation. We have a similar problem here of protecting open space, but also allowing for growth. And the way we'll frame this chapter, or the way we anticipate that we'll frame questions coming out of this chapter, are how can we protect these resources, but also how can we leverage them? So we'll apply an economic development lens to natural resources to look at maybe Grafton can become a destination for outdoors recreation. Maybe Grafton can leverage its natural amenities, but again, at the same time, trying to protect them. Yes, go ahead, Fiona.
Yeah, Lena, I just wanted to make a point here that, yes, you're right on the money in terms of where there might be some friction, especially with the housing chapter. I foresee that. So I just wanted to highlight that. And maybe when we're conducting our outreach and engagement, we try and get people with differing, differing thought processes in the same room, like the open space advocates, housing folks, like natural and cultural resources advocates and stakeholders. Just something to think about. And that's kind of more of me crafting the stakeholder interview list, which I am getting to you, but just something to think about as we're going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that point. Noted. Next chapter is services and facilities. Again, the same question that came up in housing. The population is growing, and we're trying to strategize on how the town can accommodate this growth, both in terms of expanding services, so new classrooms, municipal facilities, housing development, but also on maintaining the quality of service delivery. So this will be the balance that we're looking for here as we're trying to strategize accommodating this population. Then on the next slide, we have transportation. We've collected a good amount of data, and we will analyze some of this data to understand how, first of all, we're recognizing that a large segment of the population is using the commuter rail. And part of the focus here will be how can the town enable and encourage this transit-oriented development on the one hand, and then explore what type of multimodal amenities do Grafton residents want. And lastly, quality of life. This chapter will, we anticipate that some of the questions that come up are related to general quality of life, healthcare, well-being, but will also have to do with poverty and how low-income residents can access healthcare services, childcare, housing, and how can, and yet another question that comes out of this is how can we increase public participation? So based on the data and community engagement, this is one of the questions that we're going to try to gauge. And then on the next slide, we have a breakdown of how these chapters will be developed in terms of timeline. So the chapters will span roughly from August to February of 2024. And this will culminate with a presentation of findings in February of 2024 and the delivery of a rough draft of the master plan chapters. And I will hand it over to my colleague, Sarah.
So Fiona mentioned that in previous meetings, the board has been throwing around a steering committee or a working group model. So Elena and I will briefly outline what these could look like. CMRPC is more typically using a steering committee model than a working group. Steering committees meet monthly as a deliberative body. They're appointed by the planning board. And they are usually here for approval of workshop agendas, vision statement, goals, and draft chapters. So the pros of a steering committee would definitely take some pressure off of these planning board meetings and the board and the planner. It would also bring more local knowledge to the plan. Some unknowns is we're not sure how long it would take to create a full board and if there would be any timeline changes based on the approval process of each of the draft chapters.
So the second model we're considering is a working group model. Some of this would be a working group accountable to the planning board. The members would not have voting rights. And we are anticipating or thinking of this as having a membership drawn from community stakeholders that include residents, business representatives, local institutions, developers, and so on. And one of the advantages of this configuration would be that it will allow us to move forward without holdups and avoiding issues with quorum and assembling the committee and having to appoint members, posting meetings, etc. And it will allow us to keep with the original timeline.
You can get around the open meeting law by doing that?
So our consensus, having spoken with Trish and other team leaders, is technically a working group model would not violate open meeting law. It would not necessarily be in keeping with highest to best practices, but it would be consistent, and it could be much more viable and well received publicly if you would just ensure that really robust community engagement opportunity, making sure that anybody who's interested at all can attend the working group, and that we really do a great job in really reaching deep into the community and promoting the opportunity to participate. The primary drawback of the working group model is just perceived lack of transparency. It doesn't need to be untransparent.
So, just
our last plan, we did it more on that scheme. People who wanted to participate could.
Yeah.
So they because there wasn't voting.
Yeah. Two questions: does the working group model being okay prevent 3 or more planning board members from attending any given meeting?
Yes, I don't think you could. I don't think you could have a quorum.
Okay.
Are we discussing? I don't know. We might have to ask that question because the scope of what we're doing.
The other question, just to be sure, I don't think there's any issue with it, but doing a working group model does not preclude us from posting that we're having a working group meeting, does not preclude us from recording it or even posting minutes on it if we wanted to.
Not at all. So whether or not a board has that statutory authority, it's always, consider best practices just to pretend as though it does, just for the full sake of transparency. So you can keep the minutes, you can post the meetings, just even if it's not necessary, it'll go a long way.
Either model has a problem with 3 or more planning board members, or 3 or more members from other, a quorum from any of the open meeting.
If we do the steering committee model, wouldn't that, as long as we're posting and articulating that it's a meeting with the focus of this, wouldn't that still be okay, even if it was 3 or more? But
If it's opposed, if
you might have an answer for me.
If you're satisfying the rules for an open meeting, the open meeting law, I think you can do that. Either way, with either model, it's the same question for either model. So we don't have to worry about that too much in picking which model we like. Do we want a body that votes and, you know, decides stuff, or do we want them to work productively and bring things to us, to the planning board to finally settle on? It strikes me that seemed right before.
You want to go ahead? I saw Eve's hand, but it went down. So.
Yeah. So another suggestion that I had been talking to a few folks in town about how to best deal with this, because again, as I mentioned before, we've already done a complete phase without a master plan steering committee, so we are a little bit late, but we still don't want to preclude the opportunity for more public input. And one suggestion that was floated was having a planning board delegate work with department heads, and the department heads would be the working group that would meet and review deliverables from CMRPC for accuracy. Then those meetings would be open to the public. The planning board, or the planning department rather, would kind of own and manage the group. The department heads and the delegate would work together to coordinate the deliverables. CMRPC would provide the deliverables, and then we could have some, you know, an opportunity like that, which is still open for the public, but where you're not having to worry about open meeting law. Not, you know, you're still being very transparent, and you're also not delaying the project anymore. So really it was either, you know, you can have a group that meets regularly that the planning board will kind of planning department rather will manage, or you can have a delegate from the planning board if somebody is interested in that option. That was something that had been mentioned to me as well. So something else to consider. I think that the formal steering committee model is, you know, obviously the most, in terms of checking all your, crossing all your T's and dotting all your I's, but it's going to delay us significantly. I mean, I think I would be more in favor of something that is either option number 2 or one of the 2 options that I suggested from talking to other town staff.
I'd like a working group model, maybe with whatever push we can give, get some interested people, you know, maybe a selectman, maybe, you know, the various people from in the government and from other significant areas, maybe probably somebody from the schools, and the community.
Yeah, I will, you know, just one point from my experience on the open space and recreation plan. We put together a committee subject to the open meeting law with, you know, representatives from certain other groups and town staff supporting it. And after a while, it got to a point where it was very difficult for us to complete the work because we could never get a quorum for a meeting. And to say nothing of all the staff changes and you know, non-staff changes, that effort lasted for too many years. Started in 2014, fell by the wayside, restarted in 2017. 5 years later, or 4 or 5 years later, we finally got the plan done. But by the end of that time, I think I was the only one of the original members who was still on that committee. It for a variety of reasons, and I don't know that entire experience would necessarily, you know, pop up if we did a steering committee model, a working group model, less formal. That's more like how we developed the hazard mitigation plan, which was basically the members of that committee. It was not an official committee. It was not subject to the open meeting law. I was the only board and committee member on that. The rest of it was all staff. And that worked, that worked pretty well. I just want to make, I would, however exactly we do it, I'd want to make sure that we got adequate participation from the people who needed to be involved in this.
So, yeah, I lean more toward the working group model as well. My reason to kind of just say for myself is that even though I don't think we should have the formal requirements for a quorum and that, trying to make sure we can get that going, to the extent feasible and possible, it'd be really beneficial, at least to me, to have the meetings available via Zoom, meetings, posted in advance that people can know, via posting methods that we're having a meeting. We can have its agenda, worded in some way that says it's not, technically subject to open meeting law, but we're still doing it this way or whatever. And, that would be a benefit to me if we can.
Yeah, I think a body, a committee of some kind that basically reports is a sort of an advisor committee to a town staff person is generally not subject to the open meeting law.
Right.
So there are ways. I think there are ways that can be structured so that there's it's open to public participation, but yet not quite so formal.
Yeah. It just.
If,
go ahead.
If I may. Yeah, I think that the working group model, I don't really think, CMRPC, let me know if I'm off the mark here, but I don't think that you're going to be able to, you're going to have to adhere to like formal posting requirements, et cetera, through open meeting law with this model. Even if it is a more informal than a standard steering committee, you're still going to have to do due diligence in that regard and post and but what Dave was saying, his option there for, well, it was kind of, I guess to Dave's comment and then Justin's follow-up comment about having the option of the planning department hosting the opportunity to provide comment on a periodic basis with that's completely open to the public, and kind of CMRPC provides us the deliverables, and we kind of set something up in that way, because at least it's the staff, as Dave said, handling it. CMRPC, let me know if you think that's not a good idea, but that was kind of just basically what Dave just said.
I'd like to see it be open like this, Zoom, public participation. So it ought to be a thing that has a chair and all of that. I don't, if the meetings are posted, I would think that the planning board could have more than 2 members there, because they're, it's a posted meeting with what we're going to be talking about.
I see that
if you have a fairly tight group of people who are really they're on the committee, and then reach out as much as possible to public participation in addition to those people, would be really good.
So very briefly before Eve goes, just to ask it, when do we need to have the decision on working group, steering committee, or whatever other option decided by? Is that tonight, or is that like 2 weeks from now, just to kind of steer us along?
I feel like it really should be tonight. We really need to get this nailed down,
okay.
Because it's going to involve a lot of coordination on the part of staff to start getting the word out, get people who are going to be committed and dedicated to this, and so CMRPC can kind of keep moving on what they need to do. That would be my preference. CMRPC might have a different response, but
Okay, I move working group with, and we'll have to quickly refine and embellish to figure out exactly what it's like, exactly what that will be. Okay?
Okay.
Someone want to second that? Or do we need it?
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion at least.
Okay. Eve, I know I stopped you from to talk before the motion, but go ahead.
Sorry, I just had two quick things. I think if more than a quorum of the planning board were to attend, you'd have to actually post it as a planning board meeting. But that's doable. It's just, the other thing is, I think before you even discuss this, you might want to poll the board as to whether they want to extend the meeting past 10. It's getting close.
I think we can turn over this vote before 10 and then we can do that extension.
Yep.
I move the
CMRPC, do you have any comments or questions before I take this vote from Mr. Hassinger?
Sorry, was that the CMRPC?
Yes, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here, do you have any comments or questions before I take the vote from Mr. Hassinger's vote?
I think that a working group would better allow you to meet your timeline. I think it'd be more nimble. I expect that what Ms. Tapper just said about the quorum is probably accurate. I wonder if there are some options to get around that by maybe posting it as some sort of public workshop. I'm not sure, but we could certainly contact the state's attorney general and find out. There's an open meeting law hotline. We'll have that answer to you in no time.
Yeah. I can point out that on a number of occasions over the years, we've had sort of workshop style meetings where we invite the public in, and it's not a formal board meeting. I think the ones I'm thinking of, we've held these meetings in various different locations in town to to discuss various different issues informally, but not organized as a board. And yes, we've posted notices, advertised meetings, recorded them for future viewing. So all that should be doable.
Okay.
Okay. I move the question.
All right. No further discussion. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Hassinger is absent. Mr. Venkatraman is absent, and I vote aye. So we have our direction.
I move that we extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m.
Second.
I have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Robbins.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Declare the motion carried unanimously of those present. All right. Is there anything more we need to discuss or tackle regarding the master plan tonight?
Dominique, Elena, and Sarah, I will be in touch with you tomorrow about steps based on conversation this evening. So, and kind of, I guess we should talk more internally what we need to do, or I need to do rather, to get that steering committee, working group rather, sorry, into a get that kind of off and running. So just know that I'll be in touch with that, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. And just a reminder to the board, I'll probably send a notice out myself, but that we're just a reminder of the deadline for March 7th to submit survey comments or concerns through staff. All right. That brings us to just about 10 p.m. and our next item. Thank you for waiting for Holden Farms, 95 Westboro Road, Wesson Road. Wow, it's getting late.
Westboro, Wesson, same thing, right?
Yep. For the zoning bylaw amendment proposal, and I know Ms. Holden, you can come on up to any microphone or anyone else that is talking on this. All right. So, I believe you have all seen our last meeting where we briefly discussed this, or at least heard about some of our concerns. But do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty much kind of looking where you guys stood as far as like you said, we saw you talk, and you know there was comments about like maybe different acreage, the noise, you know, and all those sorts of things. So we were just kind of seeing, we presented something, and we we're wondering, you know, what you guys' thoughts were.
So I think from a memory of the discussion, like one thing that was, you know, of partial concern was just the allowing it outright by right rather than having it be, you know, brought before, you know, the planning board to, you know, approve a special permit on the use. And that was, you know, just because in the end that for you or any other parcel that it would apply to, it gives less, you know, it gives the town less opportunity to actually, you know, shape the outcome that in, you know, appropriate manner. But I see Bob's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, that I pushed that point. I think if we do that, I think this can go to town meeting without an objection from the planning board. I can't imagine the planning board being positive with what we have here being by right. The special permit has a number of advantages. There are all the, yeah, how do you measure sound? How will this work out? It gives a way to solve those problems in a practical way in the future. I don't know how we can write a zoning bylaw that addresses the sound measurement. You might want it to say that's a factor the special permit has to address. Appropriate sound levels, because at some point, if you actually want to have measured sound levels, my experience in that field suggests that you need a professional who knows what he's doing in that kind of sound measurement. You don't just take your iPhone and run the dB meter. You have to know what you're doing. And this kind of measurement, like some comments came through, at the boundary of the property, it didn't sound this and that, different kinds of sounds and whatnot. That's all way beyond what you can put in that little use box. And there's no way we're going to get a whole section in the bylaw about it at this point. But if you craft it with a special permit, then I think all the other bases can be covered and supported. There's been an issue about the spot zoning, but that's not our problem. We can't. The spot zoning comes up if somebody goes to court, from what I've been able to read, and then there's no clear guidance on it. Every case is considered separately. If we made this 20 acres or more or something like that, I think that might help. I think there are a lot of 5-acre properties in A, and a lot of. I'm thinking of how many people might figure out what we're talking about here and say, oh no, my neighbor over there with 5 acres, he plants a few things and then he opens a beer garden. And you don't want that concern to be in town meeting. So we might ask for a larger number of acres to narrow down. Although I wouldn't mind if it was within, well, I'm not sure what's the acreage of the flea market. they have a beer garden part, I guess, based on grandfathering. They're an agricultural, so if the acreage included them, they'd have a better chance to have an option if they needed it to get out from under the non-conforming. But anyway, I really need the special permit, and I think the rest of it will work. Believe me, company. You might not actually mention 70 dB. You might have some phrase, phraseology about to be, it had to be found satisfactory by the planning board. Special permit.
I'll say, Bob, I just looked up the acreage for the parcel for the flea market, and according to our GIS, that is, I'm looking at the right parcel. Double check if I did the right thing.
Not a big one.
5.8 acres.
What?
5.8 acres.
5.8
acres.
All right. Let it be 5 acres. Special permit still, still gives a chance to have conditions specific to the particular situation, or even denial.
You want to go ahead?
Does that address to me, Justin?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. So this is Fiona Coughlin, town planner. I just wanted to weigh in because I want to underscore what Mr. Hassender is saying. We really need to have a special permit site plan review for this, because there's no way that the board has any discretion over what happens if we don't. Having this by right in the way that it's written currently, it's just too vague. The proposal for an accessory use, it's not really like the accessory use as it's written doesn't really have a connection back to the farm, which is there's supposed to be a sort of like nexus between that accessory use and the principal use. If you were having the beer garden per se with some local crops that you were making on the site and then selling that beer with, I'm going to butcher this, but barley or hop, whatever you're making there, that is kind of how you could get through the accessory use. But so that's the first, so that's two things right there. So I think you'll definitely need special permit and site plan review. A. B, you're going to need to change the language so there's a understanding of how this is going to be an accessory that supplements what's going on currently. The decibel and the volume issue is, that is, we floated the idea at the last meeting, and I know that Rachel did respond in an email, which is posted in the meeting materials, about the inability to move the use that would generate the noise. Can we talk about that a little bit more, about maybe some of the constraints that you're facing? And because I think that is going to make a huge difference with the noise, because you could be at ambient noise level and it seems like it's still going to generate, if you're the closer to the property line you are, it's going to generate the noise, and people are probably still going to complain, is my understanding, at least. So if there was any any sort of way that could be possible where we could move it to a less noisier portion of the site, I think that would really help you guys out and help with the issues with the butters worried about noise as well.
If they had, I've forgotten exactly, I think the land slopes off as you go back. If you're down slope, you block the sound. The sound only goes that way.
Mm-hmm.
And up over, it doesn't so much come straight across the street. So that is an advantage. But I'm willing to willing to let it go to town meeting, more or less as is, except that I don't put a number of dB in there. Put a fairly strong required finding by the planning board.
Yeah, it occurs to me a couple things, basically focused on understanding this in the zoning law as an accessory use, specifically an accessory use to an established agricultural operation. Now, we may recall that agriculture on anything over 5 acres is allowed by right in any zone. And if this particular proposal were framed as an accessory use to an existing agricultural operation, the land does not need to be rezoned to make that work.
Right.
And I think not rezoning that land is probably going to be helpful in getting it through town meeting. Second, and I briefly mentioned this in the previous meeting, it also needs to be clearly understood as an accessory use, which means it should be a relatively small portion of the total land that's in agricultural use. What exactly that proportion is, I haven't really thought about whether it's like 5% of the acreage, something along the 5 or 10% of the acreage. The total acreage that's in agricultural use, maybe 5 or 10% of it can be dedicated to this accessory use. We can worry about the exact numbers if we want to follow up on this idea a bit. Right. And then the other aspect of that would be the agricultural use to which this is an accessory should be some minimum number of acres. So like, if it's 6 acres in agricultural use, you probably, it doesn't make much sense to have this as an accessory use, something like this.
Right.
So in principle, yeah, you may recall I had previously raised the idea, and I think maybe even the previous meeting a little bit, of a more generic sort of agritourism concept, which some people's definition of agritourism would include entertainment and food and so on, others not. But we don't necessarily need to broaden it out. It's just, here's a specific set of accessory uses that you're looking to get allowed. And if I agree, by special permit gives us the discretion to evaluate it and to the level of detail needed, but an accessory specifically to an otherwise legal agricultural operation, of the agricultural operation being some minimum size and the accessory being some percentage of the total area devoted to agriculture. I think we parameterize it that way, it probably works out pretty well, meets your needs, theoretically meets the needs of some other agricultural operation. They might want to do something similar. We're not focusing this totally on you, although obviously your operation is what we're looking at right now, but we're not. We're sort of defining this in more along the lines of general principles that work for you, and who knows, conceivably would work for others. I don't really care, but defining it again, I won't repeat myself again. I think I've sort of laid out the parameters that I would feel comfortable with.
Are you saying put something like that in the bylaw, or would you be looking at relying on the planning board to make conditions?
Right. I would put some of those parameters into the bylaw. Just to make it clear, to make it clear what the bylaw is contemplating as an allowable accessory use here and what isn't. So there have to be some thresholds, some parameters. It's harder, as based on our previous discussion this evening, doing a lot in the bylaw in terms of noise could be problematic, but some of the basic parameters of what could be considered to be allowed, some of that probably needs to be written into the bylaw.
Yeah, the problem is that we don't have much more time before this has to be submitted, and I don't see developing that. And they need to have this season. At least they sure want to.
I mean, there is some wording on accessory use in with ag where if you don't go over, don't mark me on the exact number, but like as long as it doesn't exceed like 49% or it's like an 80-20 within season. And I mean, I can get that all together, you know, and that would start to set a good boundary of, okay, this is what, you know, we have to do in order to, you know, have it happen. And like say off of the beer garden, it can't exceed what the actual primary farm is doing overall in sales per year, you know. And then, you know, I mean, we are 100% an agricultural operation in many different ways, and we already have, you know, other accessory uses like our agricultural compost facility. Yeah, the food truck that, you know, we use our vegetables on. So, I mean, it's all about as long as you maintain the agricultural aspect of the business, which we, you know, seriously are relying off of that income there. You know, this is more of a way to bring the public to our farm to show them, hey, this is what we have to offer. You know, they come from Friday to Sunday and they're like, oh, we didn't even know there was a vegetable stand. We've driven by all the time. So now what that's doing is making our farm stand more profitable. So that's right, more viable. And that's where I just think we'll never have that issue of beer and, you know, all of our other accessory things, you know, exceeding what the farm stand does initially.
Yeah,
just because with the influx of people, it's just going to keep growing our business, and not only ours, other local businesses in town. So,
I think that's the overall goal of like, what we're trying to do with, you know, this, you know,
Right.
bylaw. We don't want it to be worded in such a way that, you know, somebody that has 5 acres that, you know, plants like, you know, 10 zucchini plants or whatever.
No,
you know,
right,
and then
but we don't wanna cut
they
them
sell
off
them, and then
either.
they're also building a, you know, beer garden that ends up being 90% of their you know, stuff, and you know, so
No, there are rules about what that agricultural use is required to be, but 49% is part of that, and that's not going to get past me. It's got to be a relatively small part of a larger operation. I don't, you know, we can engineer this for about a year, maybe until the fall we can get it, or we can rely on special permit with maybe guidance to the or requirements to the board to consider whatever needs to be considered.
Yeah, I think we do want to keep this as simple as possible, but also you guys would like to maximize the probability that this will actually pass town meeting. So we have to, we have to be a bit sensitive to making sure that this doesn't look like, you know, some sort of vast overreach, and you know, we don't want it to look like it, you know, opens the door to a whole bunch of things that people are going to object to. So yeah, I'd like to keep this as simple as possible.
Right, and work together on it.
As simple as possible, but not too simple.
The thing is, they're thinking about their farm, and we are too. But we, the planning board, have to think about all the other people who come along. The minute something passes, a bunch of people start finding out how to maximize whatever they can get out of it. Other people. So we have to think about what's going to happen with this in the future. Zoning stays around a long time. So, my recommendation.
I see both Fiona and Eve with hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Yeah, I mean that's the thing here. It's like it's going to be what Justin was saying earlier. It's setting a precedent if somebody has growing something small on their property. That's, you know, the acreage that's proposed here, and now all of a sudden they can have like a beer garden. Like, you know, we really have to kind of iron this out. Like the minimum acreage, I think, and the special permit process will be our friends here, because you guys have such a sizable parcel, you can really increase your minimum acreage for this use, and it makes sense. Like the way it's written with 5 parcels, I mean, there's a lot of parcels in Grafton that like 5 is a very low threshold, but if you're talking something higher, then you're still able to accomplish what you want to, and it's also not going to be a ongoing problem with future neighbors going forward, because we don't have like 1,000,001 people coming forward to try and have a live band and beer garden on their 5-acre parcel.
Yeah, can I suggest here that what we can bring, let's go away and think about it. But if we not think about it for a long time, we have, let's say next meeting, next planning board meeting, if we can nail down, I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that special permit is good. And it can be a special permit in any district, because this is, by definition, it's an accessory to an agricultural use, which is, anywhere an agriculture use is permitted. In fact, maybe, that's not quite enough for me. The 5 acres, I don't know what, the accessory use, it's probably, let's throw out a number, 20 acres.
I was gonna say we have like 49 if we.
Two things. The agricultural use, you might want to cite, you're talking, or maybe you did, the state law, there's a law or regulation on that.
Yep.
Which talks about the 49%, whatever, all those things. And the other thing is, be careful about the acreage. If you set it too high, you will be zeroing in on pretty much one parcel. And that's a spot zone.
That's why I think 20 acres is probably a reasonable threshold, because there are quite a few properties that are probably 20 acres or more.
Yeah, in my head was like 15 to 20, so that was kind of my head.
No, and I wanted to honestly protect all the farmers and worry about the whole community as one, but what really community of farmers is there other than us in town? I'm not trying to say it like but forget about it all and worry about ourselves, I guess.
That's how it is today,
Yeah.
Who knows 5 years from now?
I was trying to be nice and be like, oh, what if someone has a real diversified 5-acre with this, that, the other thing, but it's like, no, let's go 15, 20.
And then anyone over that size, we're already involved with, like Knowlton's, and
right.
So they're not gonna,
Right.
go open a beer garden.
Who knows? That could change.
Right. Oh yeah.
I wonder if Fiona has heard enough to be able to work a little bit with you, so that you have something for us next time.
Yeah. Sounds
So
to me like
there's
we ought to
some
be able to nail this down.
modifications to what we have, and maybe taking out the changing the zoning.
Right.
I don't want to personally do that.
I don't see that you need to rezone it.
Right.
Because by state law, agriculture is allowed by right in any zone.
And what's nice is no one can come in afterwards and do something else there if they're not a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So leave the zoning alone. Just make this an accessory use. It's largely going to be a matter of sort of rewriting a little bit of the language in this accessory use.
That's why I'm asking to work with Fiona, because she understands what we're talking about the language.
Yeah.
Being clear about the agricultural use and all of that, and keeping what's in the use tables.
Eve's been patiently waiting with her hand up too.
Eve?
Thanks. I'm sorry. So I had a couple of questions, which I hope might, or comments that maybe will clear this up. But the first is that, is the planning board willing to or interested in being the sponsor of it if in fact there are changes that are made that are to the planning board's liking, or is this going to still be, even if they work with the planner, is it something that would be sponsored as a citizen's petition? I guess you can answer that question first. That's one thing I was thinking.
I'll say, based on the discussion tonight, it sounds like the planning board that's here is all in favor of of being able to sponsor this if this, if these changes are made to our liking.
Yep.
Okay, because that makes a difference if it's sponsored by the planning board versus a citizen's petition.
And if we sponsor, I think it also has a better chance of passing at town meeting than if it's just a citizen's petition.
Yeah, and
Right.
right, and we can explain how we would go about reviewing a project like this. Yeah. So, based on, compared to the proposal we got now, just to reiterate, so we're hopefully clear, this, we're defining this as an accessory use allowable by special permit in any zone in connection with an existing, legal agricultural use. And, all right, I lost my train of thought.
On 20 acres or more.
20 acres or more. The other parameter that I don't know if we need to consider this, and this could be considered as part of just in the special permit review, but how much of that total agricultural acreage can be devoted to this,
to like one specific accessory use.
Right. So like this accessory use, and that would encompass everything that falls into that accessory use category.
Right.
But should it be like 10% of the total agricultural acreage or 15%? Is that something that we can leave to the discretion of the board in reviewing the permit?
That was going to be my next question, actually, if you don't mind. In some towns, and you guys know Grafton much better than me, but in some towns I've worked in, you can have the parameters are in the zoning bylaw, and then the discussion, these individual discussions are left up to the special permit granting authority. In this case, would be the planning board, and sometimes towns will be fine. They trust the planning board. They have no problem. And sometimes they want the whole thing kind of written out. And even if it's in regulations, they'll want to see the regulations or the kinds of issues that the special permit granting authority will be using before they'll pass it. Because so I don't know if Grafton is like that. But if you don't have if you don't have the set parameters that you're thinking of judging any special permit application, is that going to prohibit a lot of town meeting people from voting for it because they're not really sure what it's going to be? And as I said, I don't know what the flavor in Grafton is. But then the last question I had was, it doesn't even sound like if it passes town meeting that it's going to, especially if there's a special permit, that it won't be able to get started this summer in this particular case. And I don't know if, because the process will take a while. I assume you could probably start it before the AG approves, but you still have to do the application process in the 20 days. And if your town meeting's in until May, I don't know if that's going to speed it along. And those are my comments.
They've been getting along last year on one-day licenses. Exactly how, but they have them, and there aren't enough one-day licenses the way I hear it to cover the whole year, the whole season, but there might be enough to cover what you're talking about. The getting started. I'm not sure whether they actually. Well,
I also had understood.
What happens if they start? And then the AG comes back and says no, then they have to stop. But that's okay. That would be the best you could do.
Right, but the problem with the one-day licenses, I thought that the Board of Selectmen was thinking of not allowing that anymore. That's how we got to the point where we're looking for a more permanent solution to that. But also, if there are issues with sound and the like, those can be addressed in conditions in a special permit, but not if the special permit hasn't been issued yet. So those, the kinds of things that the planning board would want to regulate or make it easier to enforce if there was an issue would be in the conditions of a special permit. And so, I think that would be a good way to do it. And then you're protecting the surrounding neighbors who have clearly had an issue with it in the past. The problem is there enough time to get it? I'm not sure that there's enough time for the planning board to look at all those issues and issue a special permit for something with all these conditions in time for it to work for this summer.
So yeah, my current thinking, and in the first place, is that I think there have been things that planning board has brought before town meeting that just don't pass the town meeting. That's happened. But that said, I feel relatively confident that with what we discussed, if we bring it to town meeting without having every single criteria we're looking to, review a special permit on, in writing for town meeting, and we are prepared to talk about it, I think, my impression is that this might, not have any issue passing. Of course, best laid plans and all, but the other, piece here for me is that it's hard to say how fast we would be able to get through a special permit process once it's actually submitted. But I will also say that my impression from what the select board has talked about in the past is that yes, they're not willing to, continue this without a formal plan forward. But if this did go to town meeting and did pass at town meeting, they'd be more likely to say, okay, we can give you a little bit of a space to start your season. You'll have the planning board, which will have to go through, and then possibly getting a determination from us at that point and having a better result.
Isn't the main point? What else is there that's better than doing this? We have to pick. We have to do what is the best thing to do, even if it has problems and has unknowns. All we can do is the best we can do.
Right.
And so that's where I'm coming from. Let's move on.
So, Mr. Chair, the only thing that I can comment on this is when I wrote, I think 3424, that's to let a pre-existing non-conforming structure get permitted without going in front of the zoning board of appeals if that addition met all the bulk requirements. We wrote it, it passed, it went to AG, and the AG kicked it back to us and said we need better yardstick because we didn't give it the proper parameters. That's the only thing that I'm afraid of right here is when you talk about accessory and you put that in the bylaw, then it might get kicked back. I don't know if it's going to get kicked back, but it might get kicked back because you're actually saying it's an accessory too, but you're not really defining that accessory. So I think you have, 2 weeks for these gentlemen to figure out what or how that can work for them on what the accessory wording should be. You had great comments here, but I really think you should, try to put it in for the town meeting because I think that will take one more piece off the puzzle. That's all I wanted to say.
To clarify for me just to say is that I think my understanding was that at the very least the accessory to wording would be clarified for this article for town meeting, and the pieces I wasn't as worried as much about is the wording on like how do we measure, how do we evaluate what we consider appropriate for sound? How do we evaluate, those types
The sound is easy. If we don't have the bylaw, then you go by the state regulation, which they're not violating right now, and it's 10 dBs over ambient sound. And we know what your ambient sound is because I got a couple complaints and I looked into it. And I have a report and you have not gone over that. Now, I don't know when you had that rock and roll band there that you got all those big complaints, but I've been to 3 or 4 of them and you were only, you were well under the parameters. So I think that you should, instead of saying the 70, you should just talk about adhering to the EPA regulations, whatever that MGL is. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Right.
That's inadequate. No.
Well, Mr. Hassinger, we did get from council, if we don't have a sound regulation, then that's what we have to go by because state always trumps zoning.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. That regulation is, well,
Come on up, pick a mic.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, it is.
All right, my name's Jen Richlick. I'm that neighbor at 88 Weston Street. I'm here to address some of the issues in Miss Holden's letter about her fear that a structure will still not be enough. I interpret that to mean nothing will be good enough for us neighbors. Let me remind these boys, inform the board if you don't know, and the residents that are following the proceedings. We presented the Holdens with the compromise on May 15th in 2022. We met with Tyler and Trevor in our front yard. My husband and Bill Richlick Sr. was there. Our compromise would have allowed them to play music 2 days a week, or 2 days during the weekend, with the possibility of a third day so long as the music was acoustic, and it couldn't be heard by us abutting neighbors. We wanted 1 day during our summer to be music free. Pretty good compromise in my opinion. That was all we were asking for. Our compromise was quickly dismissed. We were asked what we were going to give up, and then we were told to sell our house if we didn't like it. All that information is in a select board meeting packet on May 31st on 2022. I'm going to skip the comment about the music because it's obviously subjective to everybody else's opinion because it's loud. There was some decibel readings at our house that were 90. In my garden, 80. 65 to 70 to 80. They had amplified music and it was loud. The select board required the Sunflower Shanty to build a structure to mitigate the music. The structure ended up being a pop-up tent with a sound dampening blanket hanging from it. During most events, the speaker was placed outside the tent. So yeah, I have concerns that their more permanent yet mobile structure will not mitigate the noise to the acceptable levels of the state. We built our house across from a farm. Tractor noises, children playing on the playground are all noises that are to be expected. I didn't build across the street from a bar with amplified music. Had the music stayed acoustic like it was pitched to us at the beginning, I'm sure we wouldn't be here right now. A couple clicks of the volume button down, turning it down, may have been enough, but it was never considered. On that note, I just want to ask the board to think about their neighbors opening up a bar with amplified music, disregarding your compromise, and having carte blanche to have live music private events until late into the night in your front yard. I can promise you that Neil Diamond playing in our bedroom at 10:45 from a surprise birthday party is not something you would want to live with either. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for yours. My one piece I want to just briefly mention that I thought about when I listened to what you said is that if it is on a special permit, one thing that the planning board does have the purview to say is, hours of operation on the use, and that's something that we can, articulate in the actual, order we do that says, if we wanted to, we could say we can't do it past 7 p.m. I don't think we're gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean, if we can come to a compromise.
That's not what I would do. That's not the time I would propose, but it's just,
Last year we ended at 7:30, because that's what.
With music.
With music, I'm saying.
And the beer stayed open until, last call was like 8:45. We were never open, but whatever, I'm not sitting here arguing about complaints and that, we're
that's
trying
not
to
a
move forward.
for tonight. But.
Right, I think in terms of what we could look at for zoning here, we've covered, I think we've kind of covered the idea of keeping this as simple as possible.
Right.
And relying on the special permit process to, give the board the necessary discretion. Back to size, I think sounds like we sort of tentatively said that, allowing this on anything over 20 acres is probably a good parameter. Now, the other aspect of it is, how much of that acreage can be devoted to this accessory use. And I'll just throw out for the purpose of discussion, limiting it to no more than 20% of the acreage.
Agree.
And that's probably way more than you actually use, but
right.
As a number that as a number that clearly says this is an accessory use. That's kind of what I was looking
An
for.
accessory use to the agricultural operation.
Right.
Which would would it fall into like something like agritourism?
No,
Or does
so
that
what that
fall
what that
under-
would fall under is like any amount of land we farm, just like with the compost facility we run. It can't be on, or it has to be on like no more than 10% of your overall farmed acreage. So
Right.
where we have the main farm, the farm down the road, we rent off of the Knowltons and then Peranians. That is all our farmable acreage that we are currently farming. So, I mean, is that
Yeah, and I was thinking more in terms of on that one
Location.
parcel, the 49 acres that you have right there in Weston. And, if no more than 10% of that is used for this accessory use, or 20%, if it's 20%, that says, well, you've got up to 10 acres of that you can use for this.
right?
Which is probably more than enough.
That's way more.
Listen, I don't want to take land
But,
away from
yeah,
agriculture.
So, right.
This
So
thing
I-
is-
so I'm just looking for a
This
number
is-
that says this is clearly an accessory to the agriculture.
Yes.
This is, the current thing is occupying an acre, maybe?
75 by 96 foot length where the actual beer garden is held. Other areas have like the playground, the U-pick, the corn maze, which are all, totally aside from the actual beer garden itself.
But what you do have to think about now is, let's just say that this all goes through. Now you're gonna need a building permit, and the building permit is for a change of use, and that's gonna kick in your parking. Your parking now, and I know that's not part of it, but I wanted to bring this up. Your parking is gonna have to be required for your handicap accessibility.
Yep.
You need to have an accessible route going to wherever
Egress.
everybody goes. Well, you have to get somebody either with a walker or with a wheelchair to be able to participate in
All the
in all
activities.
the activities you have. That probably including your petting area too.
Yep.
So I just want, and that's part of the acreage that they're
talking about.
It's not just the little spot where the beer garden is or where the people are hanging out and listening to live music. It's everything encasing that use, from them parking, walking, sitting, observing.
Well, that's like, I agree with that, but I guess like our parking lot is used for our primary agricultural operation also, being the farm stand, in order
And
to,
you have one handicap spot.
we have 3 on the location.
Right, but I don't wanna, waste their time on this.
No,
right
no,
now.
not
That's
at
something
all.
we can talk about
Yeah.
later, but, if you have 100 people at your place.
Yep.
You need to have the parking for 100. Now, no, you do. They drive up there and they park wherever. But all of that up there, whatever, needs to be on an accessible route, needs to be labeled for your handicap parking, so that van can park there with a hash mark so they can get out of their vehicle.
Right.
That's just something you have to think about. This goes through, and now you want to open. These are the new regulations that you're going to have to adhere to. And I said enough, but I wanted you to hear it tonight, that that's what you have to do when this goes through, or if this goes through.
But if we're not changing zoning,
You're changing use. You're doing.
so then when we,
You're doing assembly.
not if it's as an accessory use though, right?
No, you're doing assembly. Like this is a business use, but if this room was for 100 people,
Whereas wouldn't exceed 100, an
No,
actual
I'm just-
closed-in room?
no, I'm just saying, I'm using this building as an example. This building is a business use group, but if this was twice the size and we could get 100 people in here, this would be an assembly use. It's not an assembly because we're under 49.
Right,
But
and
you're
under a
go-
certain
you're
square
gonna be,
footage
right,
and-
you're gonna be in your area over 100 or over 50. So that little area that you have that they're talking about is gonna turn into an accessory, place of assembly.
Right, but that considers like structures,
It considers everything.
even outdoors.
Your football field. Our football field here is an outdoor assembly. So we have to meet.
An outdoor assembly.
Yeah, you're an outdoor assembly.
What, right, you're right, I thought you were talking.
No,
on-
outdoor
all right.
assembly, which has to kick in certain parts of the building code. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry for taking your time.
I see three hands. Eve, Fiona, and Bob. Bob, do you want to go first? Since
Yeah, I just want to ask Bob, back to the sound levels. The town doesn't have a noise bylaw. But what stops the town from adopting a law that speaks to sound in some particular circumstance?
Nothing. If we wanted to adopt
All right. That's exactly what we have here. You raised that, or people have raised that based on whatever the comment was back that we don't have a law, so we have to go to the state. No, the town can adopt this law and it can say whatever it needs to say about sound in that circumstance.
But the state, even if we had a bylaw, and if we had the bylaw that you were proposing, the state would trump that, because your bylaw just says 70 dBs. And I know, and you know, that your ambient level is 50 something. So if you say 70, you just went 20 dBs over the ambient, and the state says, hey, you can't do that. That's way too loud.
Right. And that's why I want to put in that one of the planning board considerations is to judge what the sound level should be.
I'm going to leave it.
In a given circumstance. If they were back down over the hill, maybe it's a different thing. Just keep it simple. That's it. Get this done.
Alright. Even Fiona, I'll let you virtually thumb wrestle.
I just had one comment to follow up on Mr. Berger's comments. We would exercise that discretion with the parking through a special permit site plan review application, correct? I mean, that's what I am proposing.
Oh, I agree.
For them to pursue.
Fiona, I agree with that, and we would look at again 4.2 because we have outdoor recreation on that. I was trying to get to the accessibility. That's what I was really diving down to: the accessible route, the handicap parking, the hash mark. Those things.
Okay. That's all I had.
Eve?
Yeah, I think I agree with Mr. Hassinger that there could and should be a condition of the special permit that addresses the sound limit. And I think it can be the state, or we can make it more restrictive. I can't imagine that we could let them be louder than the state, and I don't know that we would want to. And along those lines, I think one of the things that we talked about the last meeting was whether or not asking them to move it further away, move whatever it is, the beer garden further away from the property lines would just naturally make it not as loud because it'd be farther away. I understand that the Holdens in their letter have addressed why that's not feasible, but I think the board might want to think about, or I'm wondering if the board has any, if that resonates at all with the board in making that a requirement or potentially a guideline, because once a special permit application is submitted, it's hard to kind of redesign the special permit. That might be something that you would want to put in the bylaw just to protect the neighbors from the sound purely by the distance. But I don't know whether the board members who are here tonight have a thought on that one way or the other.
I don't think I followed what you wanted to do.
I will not move the beer garden for multiple reasons. Accessibility being one, infrastructure we've already done there. I mean, it's been like 3 years we've been working, pulling electrical in, doing this, doing that. It's just not feasible at this point. I mean, like you said, it's over 200 feet of elevation from the bottom to the top of our farm. You really can't do stuff on, our farmland, never mind erosion control. That whole farm is configured around a specific use, and up top is the only accessible, feasible spot for us to go.
I'll say, at least for my own thought process right now, I can't imagine wanting to put any provisions in the bylaw that relate to the location with the mindset of our reasoning of sound. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's location is one, but many ways that can mitigate sound. And, I'm not, I don't see the location being worth putting in the bylaw. That we can always discuss at special permit, point and figure out if there is something that, we're not comfortable with. Let's say it's, 5 feet from the, property line, which I know it's not, but if it's 5 feet from the property line, we're probably not gonna be okay with that. But, that's something that I think we don't need to have too specific in the bylaw. That's my own personal thought.
Yeah, I think what's of its significance is the sound level at the property line and beyond. How that is, if there's a limit to that, how that is achieved is, that's basically internal to the property. Is how we go about, or how you go about limiting the sound to whatever level is deemed appropriate at the property boundary. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get into trying to regulate the interior in that respect. There are enough other regulations you'll have to deal with, and some of which Bob's been talking about. But yeah, we probably want to try to bring this discussion to a close here.
Yes.
And sort of just to reiterate what I think we've kind of agreed on is, number one, special permit across the board. Number two, it's allowable in any zone it's an accessory use to an existing otherwise legal agricultural use. Number three, it's like on an where the land on the parcel in question it must be at least 20 acres of agricultural use, and this particular accessory use no more than, pick a number, but I think I threw out 20%, no more than 20% or some smaller percentage of the total agricultural operation. Do we need to put anything more than that into a bylaw?
10%.
Bob says 10%. But whatever, we can tweak the numbers a little bit, but in principle, if that's all we need to do in the bylaw, then we can work the details and come back with sort of a final, a final proposal at our next meeting, and maybe we'll say that's good enough, and let's go put it on the warrant.
And then if we work with you, you guys work with us and sponsor it, and
Yeah, I think, right. If it comes from the board, it's probably got a better chance of getting approved at town meeting. If the board here says, yeah, we're comfortable with this, we think we know what we can do with it, and we're convinced that we can regulate this in a way that also gives adequate consideration to the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
cool.
Yep.
If you look at history, you'll find that citizens petition zoning articles have not done real well. Planning board articles have done rather better.
And I just want to say, to be explicit, that us sponsoring this article for town meeting is not any sort of guarantee that, when it comes before a special permit, that there would be things that you might not want to budge on that we wouldn't be okay with. That could always come about. I don't think, at least for me personally, I don't think I'm at that stage where I don't see a way forward, but that's
No,
not,
I mean, it'd be better for
not a
all of
guarantee.
us to work together. I mean, I think, no.
So you guys are just saying you want us to get in touch with Fiona, make those changes.
Yep.
Resubmit for the next town meeting. I mean, not the next
The
planning
planning
board meeting.
Yep.
Sorry. Which would be, was it the
March
2 weeks.
13th.
2 weeks, March 13th.
All right. So
Yep.
just so
Yeah.
then we have an idea of what needs to be
Yep.
done.
And then we can discuss, and likely we'd sponsor that, the final wording of this warrant article change, and it'd be at town meeting for us.
That would be good. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for
Been a long night.
bearing with the weather.
It's gonna be a long.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, we're not quite done yet, are we, guys?
No.
Almost.
Oh, we're pretty close. We must be.
All right, we will do that then.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. We truly appreciate it.
Look forward to trying to get this nailed down, and
Thank you.
and hopefully in a way that you can move forward and everybody can be reasonably happy.
All right.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you, you too. So we have to the remainder of the proposed zoning bylaw change 4.2 to talk about. What's the board and staff's feeling on this? Do we want to continue to tackle this tonight at the time, or do we want to, or is this worth pushing till our next meeting?
Push.
No, I think we need to talk about it just for a couple minutes because there's just a couple things that Fiona needs to bring out. I think she's gonna talk to you for 15 minutes, but it'll prepare us for the next meeting,
Okay.
if Fiona doesn't mind.
Nope. Nope, that's okay. Yeah, I think that we can just, Dave, if you want to pull up the proposed changes from 4.2 and just scroll to the end of the document,
All right, let's see here.
that would help. And in my memo to the board, I outlined an analysis to justify how I got there, which I'm not going to rehash this evening because it's far too late to do that. But this is what based on what I've seen in other communities, I took a sample of about at least 10 communities, examined their requirements, and it's pretty standard across the board that people are basing their parking on square footage instead of employee counts. So this is what I proposed. I didn't want to put a number because I think that's something that the board should be deciding based on their knowledge of uses in town, as well as their expertise. But it's typically looks like communities that I've seen, it looks like the transportation and utility uses are typically a range between 500 and 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. Where industrial uses, I think that my professional opinion is that it should stay the same as what it was originally, which is 500 square feet. And then warehouse uses are typically their own line item. You do see a lot more leniency with warehouse uses because just of the nature of the use. But again, looking at my analysis of other communities, you do see typically within the range of 500 to 1,000 square feet as well. So I don't want that. That is what I am. Feel free to. We can talk about it more, but at the next meeting. But I think what the board really should consider is if they like this layout and also a number to assign for the parking for transportation and utility uses and for warehouse uses. And if this makes sense in the context of Grafton based on the development that we've seen, that would be my recommendation. So it wasn't significantly different, but I think that it's pretty clear that the employee count, because it's so unpredictable, isn't a good metric to use to base parking off of, because that can fluctuate, and at least square footage is a definitive number.
I don't know how to pick the numbers. I don't know as much as anybody. I know less than anybody else, but parking spaces relate to people. You need parking spaces because you have people. You're moving a step away when you go to square feet, and you're guessing how many people might be in a square foot or a certain number of square feet. You're getting further away from the people, and I don't, maybe that's a good thing to do, but it's even harder to decide what a correct number is. I think I'm looking warehouse use, one space for 500 to 1,000 square feet. Transportation, same thing. Those numbers may be maximum You know, I just, I don't know. I've always wondered about this table.
Yeah. I know about the same amount on the specific numbers as Bob. I will say, at least on my, barely informed mindset, Northbridge is probably close in, overall scale of business and, each individual business. As Grafton, you could tell me if I'm completely wrong on this, but, seeing that they have like 1 per 1,000 square feet for like wholesale industrial, that might sound like it might be the right range.
We've been living with one space for 500 square feet. That's what we've been living with since 1994. I can tell you that there's a warehouse in Northborough. I'm not going to tell you the name, but I saw their regulation, and they're one for every 1,500 square feet. And when I have to go in there to inspect, I can't find a parking space. So I think 1,500 is too big.
Yeah.
Maybe 500's too small. Maybe we can go 750. Because your warehouse is not many people and all shelving, and it's all automated now. So I think a good medium would be for warehouse, 1 parking space for every 750 square feet. I think you could live with that. I think industrial, if you wanted to bring and just keep that number, because now the machines are big, because that's Wyman Gordon's again.
Yes.
And I think the 500 or the 750 could be a good number. And transportation and utility use, that is thinking it's a bus terminal, that's the T station. Utility use, that I have no idea what the utility use is. Maybe it's the power transfer station on Waterville Street.
Yeah.
I think you could keep the 750 going and get rid of the 1.3. I think if we could say to Fiona today, you know what, let's give her a direction of 750 per square gross floor area, and then we could come back on your next planning board meeting, and that might put this one to rest.
Yeah, that sounds plausible to me. I think I mean, the parking is really related to employees. In these uses in particular, it's parking just for employees.
That's right.
A few visitors, but so small. It's not a retail business where you have to have parking for customers. The parking is all about the employees. Trouble is, how do you how do you measure employees? The employee counts are going to fluctuate up and down depending on how the business changes. And something like you've been around long enough to remember Wyman Gordon having a lot higher level of employees than it does now.
Absolutely.
And so the business may remain essentially the same. I mean, it may change a little bit inside, and the number of employees goes up and goes down. So when you're building a facility, you really can't accurately measure the number of employees that are going to be there over time. So as much as I prefer an employee-based count, because that really gives you the best measure of what you need for parking, it's problematic. And so going by square feet, you kind of have to guess at the average or typical number of employees per square foot. And so that's a long way of saying, I tend to agree. I think separating them out this way, going with 700 square feet of floor area for transportation, utility, and warehouse, it's probably reasonable.
Okay.
All right.
And I'd go with that and reflect on that and give it some more thought. But I'd be inclined to go with that.
Okay.
I'd be interested to see our existing uses in town that we know about and how they fit this. You know what I mean? Because we can look in if you say per 1,000 square feet, then we go and we find that the parking lot's 90% empty, that'll tell us something. And if we go and see the parking lot is really full, that'll tell us something. All the towns, I think, probably did the same thing we're doing, kind of throwing darts, writing them down, and now we're going and looking at what they wrote down. What I want to know is, how did it work out?
Well,
What has the experience been? And I don't know that it's very easy to get that. By the way, transportation, does that cover the train station, and how?
Yes, that was the intention, was that it would include the train station.
Are we measuring indoor square feet? Because there aren't hardly any out there. And yet they have 200 or 300 spaces.
Mhm.
This is the
That's a
bare
good question.
minimum. This is the bare minimum, and basically, like I said with One Grafton Common, if you don't provide enough parking, then you're not going to have the customers. Obviously, the T needed to analyze how many passengers they're going to have and how many cars they're going to need to park there, and that's why the parking lot's built the way it is. And is there enough parking there? No, there's never enough parking there.
I will say 1.3 employees maximum shift. The parking allotment is a lot higher than that.
For the T station?
Well,
For
it's
the
square
Grafton
feet.
T station, yeah.
I'm looking at the square feet now.
Of course.
Instead of employees. I don't know that there are any employees out there. Somebody comes around once in a while for money, or for maintenance, maybe.
Does the T station have anything that you can honestly call floor area?
No, they really don't.
By the way, I think
It's
what they
not a
did was
building.
I think they analyzed how much flat land they could find, and they filled it up with parking.
Yeah.
They're pretty much up against the terrain there.
Okay.
Yeah, so the T
They built,
station,
I think they built like 200, and then they put another 100 on the back end.
What
More
I'm
or
going
less.
to do for next meeting is I'm going to give you an analysis on the old Tupperware factory. Because that's a building that is being used right now. I know the square footage, and I know what they have for parking.
That works.
So Fiona and I will bring that back to you in 2 weeks. Just for a comparison, because Mr. H wanted that.
Yep. So I'll say with a little objection from the board that the thought process right now is Fiona and Mr. Berger to just think, and if the 750 doesn't sound right, make an adjustment and we can bring it back here, because none of us seem to have that strong of opinion on the exact numbers. But either way, the overall intent is 750 across all three, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting along with that analysis.
Okay. And Fiona, do you not want to talk about the other 4.2, or you want to have?
We can.
All right. It's all.
Well, that the 4.2, the other section that you're talking about, the parking for the VMU, Bob.
Yeah, I am.
Yep. So that's 12.7.6. That one I only addressed in the memo because at the time it really warranted more discussion with the MBTA communities folks. But let me but yes, we can touch on that if I can. Yep, that's fine. Industrial. I'm just making one quick note as a follow-up from. Okay.
Is it snowing?
Which one are we looking
I
at?
don't know.
So this one, so the 12.7.6 is the off-street parking schedule that I did not put it forward for this part of the meeting materials this time because it just warranted more discussion from the last time because of compliance with MBTA communities. Bob and I have continued, Mr. Berger and I rather have continued to talk about this and think that we've come to a compromise based on what Bob's desire to see increased parking to make the parking more feasible in village mixed use, but also that works with our MBTA communities. Because that was my biggest pushback was like, okay, well, we're considering the village mixed use districts for compliance, and as they are structured currently, we are compliant. So I was reticent to make any changes to the zones because of that. But Bob and I met this morning and discussed slight decreasing. Well, okay. So we proposed, this isn't and so I'm not sure if this is something that we're going to need to talk about more at the next meeting, because I haven't put anything forward as part of the meeting materials, but we did propose getting rid of the table as we discussed last time, the 12.7.6, using the multifamily parking count, and then having language in the zoning bylaw to refer folks to a separate section for the MBTA overlay or the new zoning district, which enforces the village mixed use parking requirements as they're stated currently.
Let me just add into that real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the multifamily 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom 2.25. 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom 2.25. Don't bring it up to 3.25, because it's all gonna round itself off in the end. And then add that other line for the studio apartment as 1.25. Because if we kept that studio in the 3-bedroom, that was creating havoc with Fiona for the MBTA zoning. So we're keeping the multifamily at 2.25, adding another line for the studio apartment as 1.25, just so people can start thinking about the visitor.
Yep. Yeah, that sort of, a few days ago I ran across, and I don't remember why, but I ran across the parking schedule for the town of Clinton, where their parking schedule for multifamily has like 3 tiers: for studio, for 1-bedroom, and for 2, or maybe it's studio in 1, 2, and 3 or more. I forget it, but it's like 2 or 3 tiers based on the number of bedrooms.
Okay.
And in addition, they say for every 5 units, 1 visitor parking space.
Okay.
So that's an interesting idea to look at. I mean, you kind of suggested a couple of tiers depending on number of bedrooms and number of spaces, right, which is conceptually similar to what the town of Clinton does. But then they've added to it by saying for every 5 units, provide 1 visitor parking, and so that kind of, to me that kind of makes sense, and as it applies to village mixed use, where one of our objectives is to try to reduce the total number of parking spaces in VMU. If you can share parking, your basic requirements can be reduced.
We have that now,
and that's kind of partly where we're at.
Well, do you want us to go back and rethink it, or not?
Yeah.
My leaning is to present what you have for our next meeting. We have kind of now, but at the same time, like, think about, is this where, like, you and Fiona want to think that it should go? That way, there we can have a more in-depth conversation.
I think the next meeting's the last meeting we're gonna have, and
Th-
I
my-
really want this to be on the next on the warrant.
Okay. Yeah,
So
'cause what I was gonna get to is that if we can't come to a decision for next meeting, we may be looking at fall. But if your strength is
the problem with, and we've been talking about this for years. We've got these projects that are starting to come through that will comply to our bylaw right now, that is going to be the same issue at 274.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work, and that's why we've been having this conversation. So everybody now has village mixed use, and they all want to take advantage of it, and that's great. Let them, but we've got to figure this problem out. If we don't figure this problem out, we're gonna have more problems with the fire lane, 274 again.
Yeah.
So Fiona and I, we and Eve, we all had the conversation. What we're gonna propose does work, but your idea, taking Clinton and trying to see what they do, because they probably have in Clinton a 2-bedroom, you need 2. And that's it. No fraction. No fraction at all, but every 5. But that's almost the same as what I'm doing with the 2.25. Every 4 you need 1.
Yep, that might work.
Okay.
I mean, you know, it's just, right. And again, the problem is that where you don't have adjacent parking, where you don't have parking you can share, you need to make sure that there's enough on that premises.
That's right. And in our existing bylaw right now, we have shared parking. So even if they don't meet the 2.25, you know, on their standalone, well, they can jump into the shared parking regulation, and then it all works out. These issues are the ones where they don't have shared parking.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, and that's the distinction, and that I think is what we perhaps didn't fully take into account when we created VMU. We kind of assumed that the developments would include some shared parking.
Again,
And
I'm
in
going to
most
blame
cases,
this.
they probably do.
I'm going to still blame this on Steve Bishop. I think we should call him.
Anyway.
At 11 o'clock. Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
All right. That's what I.
No,
that was it.
hopefully we can get that nailed down in a way that works.
Okay.
Just one point to make, that the parking for the VMU as it stands currently would still apply to the districts that we're examining with CMRPC for VMU. We're looking at 2 districts in the VMU and 8 Pine Street right now as our proposed districts for MBTA compliance. As they are currently, we are compliant.
Oh, yeah.
So I really, really want to underscore that we need to keep what we have for the overlay in place. I understand what Mr. Berger is saying, but from the perspective of statewide compliance, which we have to do where we're at now, if we can just have a section in 4.2 saying you're in you're proposing a development in the MBTA overlay, whatever we decide to call it, you must adhere to these more stringent parking requirements, and that those requirements supersede the underlying zoning.
Yep.
So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
And just for, I know you can look it up, but just to say it for the meeting, Clinton's regs that I looked up while we were talking. Single family dwelling, 2 spaces per unit.
That's us.
2 family dwelling, 2 spaces per unit.
That's still us.
Multifamily dwelling, 1 space per studio dwelling, 1.2 spaces per 1 bedroom dwelling, 1.5 spaces per 2 bedroom dwelling, 2 spaces for 3+ dwelling units, and then plus 1 visitor space per every 5 dwelling units. Any fractional parking requirements measured, 0.5 or greater, whatever.
There's that 1.5 again. But the 1.5, every 5 units, you're getting another one, so it might, in Clinton work its well up. But they have a lot of off-street parking in Clinton too.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
So they're you can't compare Clinton to Grafton because everybody parks on that public street.
Right.
Yeah, we do need to be thinking about what works for us.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and yes, we need to be thinking about what's going to work for the MBTA zoning. Should we choose to pursue this option that Fiona was just talking about, where we take existing zoning districts with maybe minor tweaks, and that becomes our MBTA zoning? That maybe works. It's not our only option for the MBTA zoning. There's other options that we can look at, but to keep that option open is to keep in mind whatever we do for parking, if we're going to keep the option open for using village mixed use as part of our MBTA zoning, we want to make sure that whatever we do in VMU doesn't make MBTA zoning not work for us.
And Fiona and I have already talked about that. We, extensively. They can always park under, but if they park under, then we have to give them help on the height of the building because you just raised the building a little bit.
Yep.
And Fiona's got her hand up.
But if you're keeping the parking and the overlay as it is, then we don't even need to worry about the height. If we choose to go with this configuration, which, as Dave mentioned, it's not our only option, but it's definitely a very viable one. And I'm working with CMRPC to re-examine what we can do in residential multifamily districts and run the compliance module with those as well. I mean, because I understand that, we do need to look at alternatives to try and be fair and meet in the middle with this. But, just if the height allowance would be something if you were increasing the parking.
So, anyway, I think we've talked this.
Have we beaten this one to death for tonight?
I think we talked.
yes.
I think, given the comments of the board, I think the path forward, just to restate, and people can correct me if they disagree, is we have a solution that staff thinks will work. Staff will think about the other option that Dave just mentioned and come back to us with what staff believes is the best of the two options, and we can move forward at our next meeting. And I think I'm comfortable with either one.
Excellent.
Yeah. My weather report says it's starting to snow.
Thank you, planning board.
Thank you.
I'm glad I'm not having to drive home.
Yep.
Thank you, Zoom.
Yes. So
What do we have left?
we have any additional staff report that wasn't in the Brigadi Village memo. We have reports of planning board representatives on town committees and CMRPC, and we have adjournment. Anything relating to staff report you want to go over?
No, it's too late. It's quite late.
That's
I
what I
will
thought.
spare you all. It's nothing significant. One of the biggest things is that I'm just continuing to work with the housing consultant on the housing production plan and getting her the data that she needs. So that's moving along quite well. Working toward updating the Institute Woods study, presenting to the CPC. I will not be. Justin, I know that you and I have talked about it as the point person for the CPC, but that is moving along and should be fine. And lastly, we're just continuing to utilize available LPA hours to work on our mill overlay. And I am going to be submitting an expression of interest for Wi-Fi hotspots through the community one-stop portal, is particularly focusing on Perry Hill Park, because that seems to be the most desirable and feasible option for the town at this time. But other than that, I have nothing major at this moment.
And reports from planning board representatives on town committees and CMRPC. Only thing I have to mention is our CPC meeting from last week was canceled due to quorum. That's going to be held this Thursday. And as Fiona just mentioned, she will not be there to present the Institute Woods Trail, but I believe Ken Hoberger is going to be a champion for that regarding his relationship with the land trust. But beyond that, anything else Dave or Bob want to talk about?
I have nothing.
All right. That brings us to adjournment.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. This is non-debatable. If you two both vote no, I'm going to be upset. Dave.
I'll vote aye on that one.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
And I vote aye. The motion carried unanimously. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks,
Good night.
everybody.